Moving this morning. So I am not the liaison for this particular committee, although I wholeheartedly and completely support their work. But I wanted to go ahead and get us kicked off. So thank you guys so much for being here.
There we go. Yeah, that's how it works at ours too, and yet people still can't. We struggle. So thank you for your time this morning. I know that it's all on the top of our mind that there's big news events today and things that are distracting us, one direction or another. And I'm speaking, of course, of Flag Day. You probably all have your own Betsy Ross celebration scheduled. I know I do. And I'm going to go through this as quickly as I can to have you all get back to that. I heard there's something else in D.C. I haven't been paying much attention, but, maybe you all know what's going on. I'm not looking. So with that in mind, we actually did, I was telling them the story. We actually did celebrate Flag Day in my family because it's my father's birthday, and my father was Canadian, so we would put a Canadian flag out every day for Flag Day for his birthday. So that didn't really, I was kidding, I'm not doing a Betsy Ross party, but we did actually celebrate Flag Day. So anyway, as you know, we are a state-mandated committee on the ACSD, and some of our roles on that committee are prescribed by VDOE regulations. Specifically, advise the local school division of needs in the education of children with disabilities, and that doesn't always follow the clean lines of an annual charge or a strategic plan. It means that we listen to the public for information about what's happening right now in the division, and what we see and hear can look very different than it does from the point of view of leadership. We know that your job is tasked with looking in a visionary capacity with your policies. Ours is more reactive to see how those policies have manifested in real time and boots on the ground. And I think as a result, sometimes what we recommend doesn't always sync with what's top of mind for you in your decisions. And I've given a lot of thought to that, and I think that's why it is. So I would urge you maybe to think about what your plans were a year or two ago, because what we're seeing now is the manifestation of those plans and how successful they may or, in some cases may not have been. But in order to really amplify the voice of the public and be able to reflect those priorities, we made a few changes this year. We had a town hall meeting that was specifically dedicated to public comment. Unlike some of the advisory committees, we have public comment every month to varying degrees. But for this particular meeting, we had dozens. We had dozens of people show up, and we spent a good, hour and a half, 2 hours listening to people who had joined us either in person, in writing, or by video. And it was heavy work to listen to, but just critically important to hear those voices. We also were very fortunate to have 3 students appointed to our committee this year. The student school board liaison did exercise her right to appoint 2 students, and then we actually had a staff-appointed role that we filled with a student who was so impressive to us the year prior that we wanted to preserve her voice for another year. So that was a little unusual, I think, and we benefited greatly from hearing what the students were experiencing in the schools in real time. And we also have a very diverse representation on that committee, not just by design, but when you look around that room, we talk a lot about inclusion, and if you want to see what that looks like in real time, come to one of our meetings. We had cued speech, we had service animals, we had people who have mobility impairments, we have lots of autism, we have lots of ADHD, and it really, again, it benefits us in our work, and I think it's a good example of how many people working towards a common goal really elevates the outcome of the work. So I do want to say that the committee struggled this year somewhat with the strategic plan. Most of the people on our committee were not part of the planning process for building the strategic plan. And, I have a background in strategic planning, and I don't think that's necessarily common. But when you don't have that background, I think they can seem very abstract and hard to wrap your head around in terms of the tactics or the objectives that support that strategy that's been built. So I don't want to say that as if that's a negative thing. I think what you'll see in our recommendations is it was very much a learning curve. The recommendations we have are valid on their own merit. I would just urge you to recognize that there may seem to be something of a disconnect between what that strategic plan intends versus what was top of mind for our membership as we went through this year. We also struggled to get our responses to questions and data requests in a timely manner. Our inquiries are not even determined until the committee has been working for a few months. And sometimes when we get the first wave of information back, that raises new questions of clarification, or maybe we're not seeing something that we thought we'd see, or vice versa. But there's no time left to do another data inquiry before the report is due. So there have been cases where, we maybe removed a recommendation or altered it somewhat because we missed that window of opportunity to base the recommendation on more of that granular information that we would have liked to have. So overall, I'd say it's a transition year. We adapted from our very, very long established processes, which we had a very structured committee, and one that when the new operating manual came out, we found was almost validating because we were already doing a lot of the things that, Rachna had shared with me. Part of the reason certain things were put in the operating manual was because other committees maybe were doing things so differently than we were. So it didn't necessarily negatively impact us, but there was definitely, our process was so ingrained, and we are such a large group of people. We were, I think, 34 when we're fully staffed. We spent most of the year at about 31 or 32. That's a big group of people to try to get them, in lockstep toward a goal when you only meet once a month. So I just would urge you not to dismiss the validity of the recommendations that we make based on some of that structural challenge that we encountered. They have merit on their own, even if it doesn't quite hit the bullseye in terms of the charge that was put forward at the beginning of the year. And of course, these are the things that our committee is seeing in real time. So if for no other reason, they're a voice of what's happening in the schools and with families today in the division. We are over 30,000 of the students that are represented in the division, which is not an insignificant point of view. My Gen Z 24-year-old graduate of Chantilly High School, thank you, Dr. Lady, class of 2019, said to me the other day, I was talking about something I had noticed that was sort of ableist, and he said, Mom, people don't really recognize ableism the same way they do racism. And it was such an insight to me because he said, there's lots of people who are racist and don't know they're racist, but if you say to them, do you know what racism is, they will say yes. He said, if you ask people if they know what ableism is, they don't even know enough to know that it's a thing. And it's true, I get asked that. When I'll use the word ableism sometimes, and they'll say, what's that? Somebody will say, what's that? So I think that was just such a critical insight into the hill we climb when we make these recommendations. So with that being said, I am not going to go through these in granular detail because I'm not one who believes in reading the slides. And certainly you have a lot of robust supporting information in the document itself. Some of my subcommittee chairs are present in the room as well, so if there's a particular nuance or more information that you'd like to have on something specific, we have other resources to answer those questions. So we had separated our subcommittees by goals of the strategic plan. But out of one of those goals, we arose a recommendation that really fell more under one of the pillars. That pillar being a culture of equity, excellence, and opportunity. You heard me mention earlier about the challenges we had with data, and I don't say that in a blameworthy way. It's really more of a cyclical timeline issue. But often we encounter situations where somebody will say, well, can you tell us how that particular issue affects students with disabilities? And we're told, well, we don't track that. So those are things that prevent us from getting more information. With specific to this recommendation, though, the AIR report. And I know that among this room that, you started the Special Education Improvement Plan, but in the schools, people don't know that's a thing. They knew about the AIR report. The AIR report got a lot of coverage. People read it, people understood it, they agreed with it. I think a lot of times there were a lot of people who said, yeah, we've been telling them that all along, kind of thing. But born from that was this special education improvement plan, and I'm not sure that that has the same level of awareness. So we frequently get asked, what are they doing about this recommendation in the AIR report? And it might be worth taking a look at that and you know, considering how you communicate that back to the public so people know that there's, you know, you have leveraged that information, you have followed up on those recommendations. This particular recommendation is an audit. I am not the person who served on that subcommittee, so if you would like to know more specifically when we get to the questioning period about what was intended with that, there is an individual in the room who can speak to that with more detail. Moving on to Goal 1, Strong Start, Pre-K through 12. This group recommended, in looking at the Community Schools Initiative, that the 3 pilot schools should collect and report the outcome data to the school board, which demonstrates the impact of that program across multiple indicators and stakeholders. And it should also be expanded to include more Title I schools, which are specifically the schools that, you know, would likely benefit most from a program such as that. They recommended expanding inclusive pre-K classrooms for all eligible students and to provide ESOL services in Title I pre-K classrooms district-wide. And they recommended partnering with colleges and universities to develop programs that recruit and prepare the staff needed to support and scale those 2 initiatives that I just mentioned. Goal 2. Goal 2, and I got to tell you, I admire this committee. They do one recommendation and they do it thoroughly, and that is a conscious choice on the part of the committee so that the thing that they feel most strongly about, they can spend the most time getting the information. And, you know, it's so tempting, I think, when you're sitting in that room and thinking about recommendations that you're going to have an opportunity to give to the school board. It's so tempting to, you know, come equipped with your torches and pitchforks and say, but this and but that. And, you know, you can't do everything at once and do it all well. Jack of all trades, master of none. And the subcommittee chair of this committee, who is a second-year subcommittee chair, prioritizes the one thing that they feel the most strongly about and defends it robustly. So their recommendation was to enhance access to emotional, behavioral, mental, and physical health services through a comprehensive review of the student to clinical and student to behavioral support staff ratios using a weighted formula. And there's all sorts of data and graphs in the report that you can refer to as the basis of that recommendation. Moving on, academic growth and excellence. Consider alternative service delivery models for special education services in advanced classes. This is being discussed, I know, by advanced academics, and I know that the Superintendent's Advisory Committee on Twice Exceptionality is looking at some of these models as well. How do we teach students that learn differently but still teach them to their capacity as an advanced learner? Promote more teachers with disabilities to inspire students with disabilities. We think about this in terms of other historically marginalized communities, but the idea of having someone who looks like me has a lot of merit to students who the world often tells don't have quite the same future as their peers. In the Inclusion Pilot Program, develop next-level universal design for learning training that incorporates best practices that are specific to selected curricular and co-curricular areas. Increase focus on relationships and play-based learning in both primary and secondary programs. And utilize parent liaisons to discuss the continuum of services and spectrum of secondary courses and academy options. One of the things that this, I think, implies is if you have a student who's gone through an IEP process, the timeline for making certain decisions is skewed by the timeline of the IEP. So it's a very frequent thing that when a student updates their annual IEP, there are certain electives that get allocated to special education electives, but because their elective slots are held until that IEP meeting, the electives they may have that are of choice are already full. And so they are disproportionately left out of the electives of their choice simply as a function of timing. And that's what I saw when they were talking about some of that continuum, the secondary courses and the academy options. There are a lot of occasions where if you're not updating your IEP till the end of May or early June, the things that these students might have wanted are no longer an option. Goal 4, equitable access and opportunity. Implement data tracking for student exemptions from literacy. I'm losing my literacy this morning. From literacy screeners, disaggregated by demographics and IEP eligibility where applicable. That's a key point in the data tracking, because there are a lot of situations where we can say we have X number of students who are exempt, but we cannot drill down and find out, but is it because they have, specific learning disability, dyslexia presumably, or is it because some other disability prevented their access to that literacy screener, like communication. Develop a division-wide method to monitor literacy progress for students that are exempt from those screeners to ensure accountability for their literacy development. Consider exemption data from reading screeners when selecting locations for early childhood inclusion programs. Select a concussion baseline testing vendor that provides text-to-speech accessibility for the assessment instructions and the demographic data collected at the start of the test. Provide training for staff and families to ensure that necessary accommodations for student participation in extracurricular activities are proactively included in the IEP, proactively being the key word. I'm sure you all know that students with disabilities are guaranteed access to extracurricular activities as well. But in my experience, and I think the experience of many on the ACSD, they would say, but it never comes up. We didn't know. We didn't know we could have this accommodation extended to chess club, or we didn't know we could have this accommodation because it's not proactively considered as part of the IEP. And the inclusion pilot program, provide targeted professional development and parent resources focused on the benefits for all when presuming competence and increasing time in general education settings. A lot of parents are really fearful of putting their child with needs into a general education setting. And, my role as an advocate to some of these families, I coach them and I say, raise your bar higher, they can do it. You can believe in them. And not only is it good for your child, but it's good for all the typically developing children, the non-disabled children. Copious amounts of data has shown that. And parents don't know that. And I think that as you move forward with inclusion, you need to be prepared for that fear and that pushback about, there's a phrase that was said to me by an autistic writer that has stuck with me. It's a really scary thing to cede control over your vulnerable child and release them into an environment that hasn't been built for them. It resonates with me deeply, and that is part of what you're going to struggle with as you expand on universal design and inclusive learning, is parent resistance. And then finally, leading for tomorrow's innovation. Use data that career and transition services staff and employment transition representatives collect to identify and replicate best practices. And continue multimodal communication about programs and opportunities, including information about post-FCPS transition services as early as middle school. So before I move to questions, I want to just make a few comments. I mentioned in my opening comments about the challenges we have with receiving data. Often the challenge is that the data we need isn't being collected. All of these issues have led us to propose an annual charge that is specific to studying the way data is collected and used for students with disabilities in the division, and give some of that feedback about, it might be beneficial to look at it this way or that way. It's not a fault of your data tracking. It's that you can't ask for something that they're not following. And there's, one of the greatest things about FCPS is the data-driven nature with which they make their decisions. If the data doesn't exist, the decisions are essentially guesswork. And so we believe there's a lot of benefit we can provide to looking at that process, not just as it's collected, but through the continuum of how it is then implemented and responded to and then tracked for success. I also believe that the ACSD is underutilized in the regulation that reads, assist the school division in interpreting plans to the community for meeting the special needs of children with disabilities for educational services. I'm not personally aware of any way the ACSD has been leveraged to assist with that dissemination of community information. but I believe there's a lot of opportunity there. And what I said earlier, for example, about the special education improvement plan, I mean, who better to be out there talking about, did you know this is what's happening? This is the way it's being responded to. There's a reason why they can't do everything in year one. There's a reason why, certain things have to be monitored over multiple years. I know, Sloan, I'm speaking your language right now because you're the one that said it to me where, we can't start everything in year one. But in fact, we're actually often overlooked in being invited to participate in projects that have a unique impact on students with disabilities, such as the equity plan or the boundary review groups. While arguably you could say students with disabilities affect every aspect of FCPS, I don't necessarily agree with that. But what I have noticed over my 5 years on the ACSD is that SEPTA is often included, and I fully support that. But what that says to me is that you acknowledge the role of students with disabilities, but you have not called upon your very own group of people appointed for precisely that topic. So I would urge you to think about that. We are your own homegrown resource, not to the exclusion of SEPTA, because they absolutely have value. And in the times when they've been included but ACSD has not, it gives me a great deal of confidence because I know they will reflect the issues with fidelity. But that's not really the point. The point is we represent different stakeholder groups, and we are the one that advises the school board. So with that in mind, I want to thank Mr. Moon, first of all, because he saved me this time a year ago when the operating manual was going to implement and I was going to lose my job on the ACSD, but I had already been appointed chair. And as tempting as it was to say, find another chair, the reasonable answer was find another appointment. So thank you, Mr. Moon, for providing that. And I also want to add something that I said to Sarah earlier this morning was that I think to some extent when the appointee is the chair, your ability to have any unique voice is somewhat limited by the fact that in the role of chair, I don't initiate motions. I don't, there's certain things that I have to take more of an unbiased view of. And I hope that any issues you may have had didn't suffer for that, but you helped me out a year ago, and I appreciate that, and I, of course, appreciate the appointment in general. Mike Bloom here, he's the rudder to our boat. He has a gift for sharing the parameters that exist without restricting our voices, and I don't think I've ever seen someone as capable of remaining calm under pressure as this man. I tell my family that if anyone comes to my funeral and says I never had a bad word to say about anybody, you'll know they didn't know me. But many will say it about Mike, and I want him to hear it before it's his funeral. So, Holly Stearns here is completing 3 years on the committee today and will not be returning next year. She was my partner in this work in the truest sense, and she has the gift of both wit and wisdom, in addition to knowing exactly when to apply each one. The reason you're reading a report that is as professionally written as this one is entirely due to her acute eye for editing. I'm sure we all would have enjoyed group projects in high school more if we'd had someone like Holly on our team, and I appreciate her more than I can say. To the subcommittee chairs, some of whom are in the room, Jay Birkenbelt, Brandon Cassidy, Carolyn Hayden, and Joanne Walton, I want to thank you for the kitten herding that you did this year, and also to the hidden figures, our personal hidden figures who didn't have leadership roles but carried a lot of extra work, who are Ali Baldessari and Colleen Jones. You all were the kitten herders that can take the passionate and sometimes loud and angry voices of their group and direct it into meaningful conversation and a quality work product. That effort can't be underestimated. If any volunteer on our committee did nothing more than attend our meetings, that's 30 hours over the course of the school year. Those who led subcommittees took on much, much more than that. Next year, I will be returning for my third and final year as chair. I know that the learning curve from this transitional year has been overcome. I look forward to what we have ahead, and I continue to be deeply, deeply committed to the welfare of the entire division, but in particular to those students we serve who require us to think differently. I thank you for that opportunity. If there is one parting message, I would say it's one that some of you have heard me use before, that when you think about students with disabilities, there is no them, there's only us. Students with disabilities, the key word is students, not disability. So thank you for that awareness and that attention, and with that, I open it to questions.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and kick things off with Mr. McDaniel.
Thank you. I heard an interesting word that kind of caught my attention, and I was hoping you could flesh your recommendation out a little bit more, but the concussion baseline testing. We're talking, I assume we're talking actual concussions?
Yes.
As in like, this, okay, that
Yes.
was my assumption. Now, reading the recommendation here in the report, the issue here, from what I'm gathering, is the text-to-speech.
It's an accessibility issue.
Right, right,
yes.
right. So the current vendor program can't do that? There's no,
No, it cannot.
oh, interesting, okay. That seems like a fairly low lift, so I think that should probably maybe get a quick look from a basic, technology perspective. Everything is text-to-speech now, at least everything that I use on a daily basis, so.
I mean, there are other accessibility issues just with text-to-speech, but potentially, but not having something as simple as that, you're right, it's a low bar.
Right, yeah, I mean, today, I think that's a fairly low bar to reach, and I know our youth sports clubs have fairly aggressive concussion protocols, so perhaps there may be a vendor that they use that does that, I don't know, but that seems like a fairly low bar. And the last question, I think you opened by, kind of critiquing some of the delays in data requests. Can we just get some feedback from staff on the delays and
I mean, I'd
maybe-
like to clarify that to some point, though. The delay isn't necessarily on the part of staff.
Okay.
It's the cycle when we get the first pass of data, and then we don't have time to do another pass of data based on follow-up questions. So we don't always know what the right questions to ask are when we do the first pass, and it does take a couple of weeks, for sure, which is reasonable. We meet once a month, and we're preparing our report by about our 7th month meeting. So there's just not enough cyclical time.
Okay.
I want to be clear, I'm not
That's a good
blaming staff for that.
clarification,
Yeah.
'cause my
No,
mind was
I
going
thought
down a
I'd said
different
that during
route,
during my
so-
commentary,
okay, all
or at least later, I know I did, but
That's fair.
it's not necessarily a delay. There is sometimes that we're told we can't do that because, for example, our interest is students with disabilities, and certain data, when it is returned, is a privacy issue, depending on the nuance of the data. There's other times where it's just not tracked by students who have 504 plans or IEPs. I want to be clear, I'm not blaming staff for that.
Okay, all right, that's fair. Thank you, that's all.
I would say, though, just to the point about your concussion baseline, it's not just sports. Students with disabilities, have behaviors that might be self-injurious or aggressive that are also at issue with concussions.
Yeah, I just, the point on sports was, I know, having worked with some of the sports leagues a decade ago, they, because they're private organizations, they have a little bit more nimble flexibility when choosing vendors, so they may already have a vendor that provides that, so we don't have to do the lifting work, but thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Ms. Dixit and then Mr. Moon.
Thank you for the presentation, and it's really thoughtful work you guys are doing in this committee. I have my own child who's a 2E student, and even though the school experience was good in FCPS overall, but there were challenges in his when he went to high school. I guess that's the time you have to be really superly organized. So I was looking at the report, and it does talk about some 2E, I guess, the data you collected from public testimonies, and then they were lit in a list. So based on this, is any advice for the, especially about the 2E student that you like us to, incorporate moving forward? Because I think there's a gap. There are special needs students, and then there's general student, but 2E have like a remarkable situation where they know a lot, they want to do a lot, but then they have all these hindrances in their life, especially, I would say, executive functioning. And I have not seen that being incorporated in all schools. Some schools do a good job with executive functioning, but some don't. I just wanted to hear from you.
Well, how much time do you have?
I mean,
Okay.
I'm also the parent of a twice exceptional student who graduated. He just finished his first year of college. When we had our what we experienced with him 10 years ago was that it was either or. You could either get supports or you could have you could access the higher level courses. Sadly, when we had our town hall meeting, we had testimony after testimony saying the same thing. So I know that this is something that many people are looking at right now, how to fix, and I don't have all the answers on how to do that, but it's that either or seems to be an ongoing challenge.
I would say the same. I have a lot of faith in the work that Superintendent Reed's advisory committee is doing. I have the pleasure of serving on that as well. It's a very validating conversation that we have when we meet. And what I would say as general advice is that you have to stop thinking about how you've put a 2E student into your current advanced program and how you can alter your advanced program to be more inclusive to 2E students. It's not just about making the student with differences fit into the box you already built. It's about changing the box.
Yeah, thank you for the answer and both of your input. See, and the other thing I'll quickly mention is, and I'll go back later, is about the clubs you were talking about, like chess club and things like that. I think it's an excellent opportunity to involve all our students in those kind of things, because even if you're nonverbal, you could still play chess. And there are other robotics and things like that. So there is definitely a gap where, I've ran chess clubs in schools and I've ran robotics clubs as a parent or volunteer, and there's not much participation from special needs classes or the students there. So there's definitely a room of improvement. We have to work on inclusivity. So I'll stop there and.
My son uses assistive technology. He's functionally non-speaking, and he could beat anyone in this room at chess.
Yeah,
19. But he's been able to do it since he was about 12.
yeah, I know.
No shame. I'm not very good, so that's a low bar. But he's that good, so you're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Mr. Moon and then Ms. Marin.
Thank you, Vice Chair Anderson. First of all, thank you for your service as my appointee, and thank you serving as the chair for your leadership. I understand why you wanted to step down as my appointee next year, because you wanted to represent the community organization instead of representing me. But I get that. But it would be difficult for me to find someone as good as you. So you're going to have to find someone for me who is
I'm
as
happy
good
to
as
do
you.
it. I would be
Okay,
happy
thank
to.
you,
I would-
thank you. I think that.
I volunteer as tribute to find you another person.
Okay, thank you, because we have a deadline coming up, so sooner the better. So thank you. But I also want to add one more thing. My working relationship with my appointee, not just to you, but all other advisory committees, I don't ask them to bring any motions. I don't ask them to make any points, because I try to find good people to serve on those committees, and I leave them to their work and advise me rather than me telling them how to advise me, what to advise me. So that's my style. Maybe, it's different board members have a different maybe working styles, but that's me. So with that said, one thing that I got my attention is a recommendation on the goal number 1, expanding access to inclusive pre-K programs for all eligible students and begin providing e-social services. That I think what I read at the bottom of page 8 of a very well written report, states something probably obvious, but at the same time, concerns me as a long-time board member, because that should not really be, this should not exist anymore. Misidentifying for special education services because someone's language abilities, someone's being multilingual learners, and being misidentified for special services. How do we overcome that? How do we avoid those misidentifications ever?
I think it's a really complicated question, because I think that not only are there language barriers, there are cultural barriers. I see it every day where clients of diverse cultures have a very different approach to the way they interact with their school team. And I have to encourage them to, their role, their expertise is their child. And it's not an environment where you can defer to authority. So it's not just language. It's also the fact that culturally they have a different role of interacting with their team. But I also think that, in very early students, even a typically developing child is still developing their language. And so while it might be a good opportunity to have multiple languages in the home, it's difficult to say that what's disability and what's language, because language is still developing with or without disability. So I mean, that's past my pay grade, and my last paycheck from FCPS was 0, so I can't help you with that, but.
Okay, so we have Mr. Bloom here. I wanna add to that. Something that we all know is county is becoming more and more diverse. There are more and more families where before the kids come into our school building, primary language may be something other than English. So, if you're going to continue to misidentify many of them for special education services only because they are multilingual learners, then we have a work to do.
Yes, thank you for that question and the important point that you made. This year, our team, our Office of Special Education Instruction, has worked alongside our colleagues in the ESOL office to take a closer look at our identification process for multilingual learners who are, in many instances, going through the eligibility process, being found eligible as a student with a disability. And over time, in Fairfax County, we've seen that there is an over-identification of those students in Fairfax County. So one of the things that we'll be looking at moving into next year is a process where we can provide some level of education, working together with our eligibility teams, working together with our decision makers at the school level when they're looking at data, when they're looking at to have an informed decision about the eligibility process, so that, as Ms. Zielinski said, we can take all factors into consideration around language development, around the needs, the strengths of those learners, those multi-language learners, as they come into Fairfax County. So the work is going to be ongoing this year, but it is an area of focus, and we are keenly aware that we are over-identifying those students.
Mike, if I could just add to that, because I think you did a good job kind of laying out the work that we're doing this year, but I just want to kind of clarify a little bit. We have had a regulation and protocols and guidelines that before we would find a student eligible for special education who's a multilingual learner, we would do dual language assessments, collect data, understand the linguistic developmental needs versus the additional struggles that a student may be experiencing. And what Mike was describing is we've had those practices and those guidelines in place, but we have still over-identified multilingual learners. So what we've been doing this year is the Department of Special Services, the ESOL office, and the language arts team have been looking at a variety of different data points to try to provide more precision about identification, what we call decision rules or business rules, so that we can be more explicit with schools. Because even though we've been going through that process previously, we think we've got to be a little bit tighter in making sure that schools not only understand the practices, but understand the data points when evaluating multilingual learners prior to identification for special services. So it's ongoing work, but we're trying to get tighter with that. We're trying to get more precise, and we're trying to do more training for our staff.
Trying to serve the needs of all students, that is important, but at the same time, any misidentification also has other impacts upon families and students and staff members, also our financial resources.
And I'll add to that, the barrier when you're new to special education is enormous. When I entered the world of special education with my older child, it was 2004. I was a stay-at-home mom. I had a law degree. I was overwhelmed. And what I thought about at that time is, what do families do who have fewer resources to bring to the table than I do? And one of those would be language. Part of why I became an advocate is thinking about, I have every resource as you could define it to be successful at this, and I struggled. It's the system, not the person. And so when you add that how difficult it can be to understand, and we're all so used to it. I can't tell you, I don't ever have an IEP meeting with a client where I don't have to stop a team and say, could you just explain that? And it's something that use of jargon or whatever it might be, nothing problematic, but they literally forget that this is not common knowledge. And you also are working with that.
Ms. Marin, and then Ms. Lady.
Thank you. I want to thank the committee and for the 3 years of service you're about to retire. Holly and also my appointee, Laura McCahey, she's also done with her 3 years. So I do thank her tremendously, and I will have an opening, which I know is really coveted to be on the committee. So I'm going to be sending out that announcement this weekend and going to have to turn around pretty quickly. So just wanted to share that. Just to our school board office team, our committee page needs to be updated. It doesn't have all of our current committees, and I had to kind of search around for this committee. They're not in the sidebar, but they're in the main page, so let's just make sure that we're all clear there. The ACSD public hearing, I'd love for the board to be informed well in advance of that. I'd like, calendar invite information to see if we can get to that. Also, Dr. Reed, we need to stop excluding ACSD over SEPTA. This has been an issue for years, and I'm just tired of hearing of it. we got to fix it. Either it's ACSD solo or it's ACSD plus SEPTA. They've got to be the first stop shop. That's the law. So this has gone on since Dr. Terry Edmonds Hurd was the assistant superintendent. So, okay, so I got to acknowledge all the improvements. And it's through the strategic plan, and it's through budget decisions that the superintendent has made. I do see a change in culture and how FCPS is doing business. I see us talking about educating all students, focusing on addressing our 2E students. The disaggregation of data by subgroup in our goal reports, this past year was the full implementation and data collection. So, it took some time to get there, but now at least we have it, and we do have gains, and it is informing instruction. The superintendent has given us examples of how, disaggregation of, a student not achieving, the principals have this, and then they're going in like very individually. So, and that might be, mostly gen ed, but I'm aware of, this data-based kind of instruction. The data that would be helpful to know, though, I think, is the portion of our student population that has the most common disability, which is dyslexia, with 20% of the population, because that is something that I am really eager to see benchmark literacy help us catch. So, like for my kiddo who was in 2nd grade and didn't have anyone in his school with that kind of training, he arrived at 4th grade on a 2nd grade reading level. But I'm hopeful that these kiddos who are in 2nd grade are not going to move on, right? And so that should then limit the burden. But it would be good to know how many of our students are dyslexic or have a reading disability, and the other portion that requires that more intensive individualized education accommodations. I know Monday, Universal Design is is a centerpiece of the Equity Summit. So, and the Family Summit earlier this year was Universal Design. So I do see the language changing, the least restricted environment form, inclusive pre-K, classroom by classroom, we're trying to eke out with almost no funding. So I do have some other questions, but I just, I see a big difference from when you brought up the AIR report. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that. Like we're in a totally different space. So, and given that we have had a funding decrease, I just want to be realistic, and we've done a lot and we've still got ways to go, but just want to voice that.
If I could respond to one thing, we did invite the school board. I would not say that we invited the school board to our public hearing with enough time, because we didn't have enough time. We were planning it shortly after the holidays, and it was our January meeting. And so I absolutely understand if that got lost. Rachna was at that meeting and listened carefully, and we do plan to do more of them this coming year because it was so valuable, and I will make sure that we have plenty of advance.
Miss Lady, and then Miss St. John Cunning.
Thank you. This is fantastic work. A couple questions. I'm going to start with 2E and ask the question around elementary education, and does the committee believe we should be doing departmental instruction so that we could take a 2E student who perhaps is gifted in math but maybe below grade level in reading, but have them change classes?
Yes.
Okay, I just want that to be heard, because the traditional way of doing, you have one teacher, I think we need to push down, right?
I also think one of the things that's coming out of our superintendent committee is you can be gifted in a variety of things that aren't necessarily core curriculum, but if you have arrived at high school being modeled that you're either in or out, you don't even think about it that way. But absolutely, yes. I mean, it was the only answer I had, yes, yes.
Thank you, because I'd like to see more of that as well. The next thing is your comment regarding the timing of IEP signatures and electives and access to academies. Can you expand on that a little bit? Because certainly when I was at when I was at Chantilly, my counselors worked hard to try and put the kids in what they wanted. And then depending on what came down with percentage of services, we might have to pull them out of one, but I kind of gave it to them up front. Is that not happening places?
Doesn't happen everywhere, but I also think that it's most pronounced in middle school, the transition to middle school, because students in middle school are reflecting the electives they want in February. And the scheduling just seems to not be the same as high school in terms of when that schedule gets, it's not permanent really ever, but when you roll that output, that in high school it might be, August, that you roll it and you say, okay, this is more or less what we've got now before we make changes. In middle school, by the time, I actually had one at a high school just this week where a student needed one special ed elective and was going to have another space. And, the top 2 or 3 that he wanted were full. And to what degree the counselor is able to make those changes is yet, we haven't heard back yet. I think he'll try, but do you kick somebody out? Or do you ask the teacher to take a larger class? Like, what do you do? I don't know. And it does happen. I think I have observed it personally more frequently in the transition from elementary to middle, but I also do see it middle to high.
Thank you for that. Because I do know in terms of closing classes, because of capacity, this was an especially tough year because we went back and took staffing from people, and they had to, do their staffing sheets twice. But, I know when I was a director, and I would hope that my colleagues are doing this, is capping them before they're full for transfer students and for these types of IEP things. So if they're not doing that, then we need to work with our directors to tell them, you don't wait till it hits 150 kids in the 5 electives of debate that this one teacher teaches, you cap it at 28 and you save 10 seats, right? And then you might have kids that are there on a wait list. But these are all nuances that we need to do to make sure we have the equity and the access, so.
Excellent. That would be excellent.
Well, so the resistance to gen ed and the over-identification, I think that this resonates a lot with me because, we definitely felt like I felt like sometimes middle schools didn't bring kids to local screening as often as they could. It was like, oh, they're here 2 years, we'll just push them up, right? So we go read files at Chantilly and be blown away that nobody had brought this kid forward, especially for a kid whose parents is not advocating. Similarly, though, we had over-identified kids who absolutely really didn't qualify, but had gotten them because, quite frankly, there's, it's a litigious world and there's pressure. So not just with multi-language learners, but I think we need to focus on that over-identification and empower our staff to be strong. But also, I also understand the fear of trusting gen ed, but we need to, because the bottom line is, because the other note I have here, I know I'm going to run out of time and I want to go back, is this presentation needs to be presented to the Board of Supervisors. Bar none. We don't have any money. Okay, and we are trimming everywhere, and we need to do better work with Fidelity, and we can't do it without the support. So, when I think about you push into gen ed, maybe it's team, but the way we allocate staffing, the kids who have the highest needs are sometimes losing because we've got all these different IEP things that we've got to staff, and it teases us out.
Well, Kathy Smith's my neighbor. I walk my dog with her, so I'll bring it up.
Please do, because I think it's essential, and then I'll take a go back.
Ms. St. John Cunning.
Please bring it up often.
She knows, but yeah, I will.
So my question actually in terms of over-identification goes more to under-identification. I was a family liaison and an interpreter, and I would sit at a lot of the testing that was being done, and there would be a lot of times where I would see that it was like, well, we need to give them the gift of time with language. And it was clear to me as an interpreter and as someone that's worked in the school that this child needed services. So I guess my question to staff was, and I know an interpreter is not quote unquote an educator, but we have very highly qualified interpreters that have interpreted at thousands of IEPs, testing. I know I was never asked my opinion, but can we utilize some of these people that have that cultural competency and awareness where, I mean, it was very obvious, this kid needs help, but it was like, we're giving them the gift of time. And so as much as there might be, well, answer that first.
No, I appreciate the question. I think, we want to use all of our staff who know our students and families well, whether it's, family liaisons or other staff that might be serving in interpretive roles in meetings and have a relationship with the student and the family. I think that's really important. I think what I was trying to get at earlier is we've had guidelines in place to try to indicate whether or not a student is making adequate growth and progress based on their English language development needs, right? So one of the things that we have is we have growth targets through the WIDA assessments that we give to demonstrate whether or not students are making adequate, progress and growth based on their language development needs. One of the problems is I don't think that we've had a clear enough understanding in all of our schools what those targets and benchmarks are. And sometimes we've looked at multilingual learners and we've looked at their gross outcomes, like on SOLs, and said, well, their academic SOL performance is not good. They must have a learning disability, and we refer them to special education without going through the procedures that we have to do the dual language assessment and look at their language development needs to see if they're making the benchmarks and the progress that they need to make with language development. Instead of just assuming that somehow their language needs are masking a learning disability. So we've got to do a better job of using those, the data that we have, the dual language assessment process that we have to look at both learning needs and language development needs, and train our staff to understand how those two things intersect better than what we've been doing, because we do have a pretty significant over-identification rate for multilingual learners right now.
So what is the harm of over-identification?
Well, one of the things that is a potential issue is that you're going to get students targeted for the wrong intervention. So we might be making assumptions that a student has a reading difficulty, and we place them in a remedial reading program as opposed to accelerating the amount of time that they have for English language development, which would be the first thing that we would want to do. Instead of getting just 30 minutes of ELD time, we'd want to extend that to 60 minutes or 90 minutes and see if the student is able to make progress in their language development that way first before we put them in a program that doesn't really match their instructional needs. There's absolutely no harm in getting them more support. It's making sure that we're getting them the right support to really address what their learning needs are.
So I just wanted to bring that up because I have seen that in my experience where it's like you need the gift of time, and it has been obvious that that is not what the situation is to me, but I was not in a position where I could voice or say anything, and then that child went through 2 years, and then at year 3 was identified, so they lost 2 years of services.
Yeah, and absolutely we don't want to do that, and we wouldn't want to be using, the language that we want to give a student a gift of time. No, if a student's not making progress, we want to make sure that we're accelerating the time and the support that they're receiving, not, prolonging the amount of time and hoping that somehow, learning is going to accelerate. We've got to accelerate the supports and intensify the supports they're receiving. It's just we want to make sure that we're getting them the right support to match their learning needs.
I would like to validate what you said, though, about cultural competency, because I think one of the other elements at play is that there are cultures who are resistant to being identified as needing special education. And so that cultural competency piece is critical, as is very positive, parent information and support so that it's not stigmatized.
And the other thing, going to that cultural competency point, I know I have situations, I'm just speaking from my experience, which is unique, so just take that with that situation. I know that I used to have parents who had children receiving the services speak to those parents that were resistant. I would invite the parents to say, are you open to this? Do you want to talk to this? Because I think sometimes, particularly with our immigrant families where there is a huge cultural stigma, not to mention what the translations look like. I mean, the wording of the translations are horrible, at least in Spanish. And then that's the way one parent met another parent, and they thought like, oh, okay, this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, and this is how this child is doing, and this parent is okay. And then within themselves and within that that school, there was a community of those parents. So, I mean, I'm just putting that out there because I know that that's the way I could somehow help parents come to the position to overcome that stigma.
If I could jump in here, that's part of the recommendation in the report, actually, is to utilize parent communities to try to encourage that sort of willingness to, to be open to supports.
That's all. I was going to ask a question, but Ms. Lady explained how, like if we could hold spaces open for classes, and I think she can teach people how to do that since she's done it.
Okay, I'm going to take a quick turn myself, and then we're going to go to fast go-backs so that we can move forward with the agenda. The only thing, or one of the things that you said that I really appreciate, and I agree with Ms. Marin, that we need to make sure that you guys are in the room when it's appropriate to be in the room, for sure. I hesitate using the boundary work as an example of that, because right now the boundary work is with the superintendent. And so you guys are an advisory committee, and we don't have any of our advisory committees, from what I understand, in the room right now with the superintendent's
As I
boundary.
understand it, you have SEPTA.
But SEPTA is not a board committee. So you are.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Do you see
Okay,
what I'm
so
saying?
I
So
do see what you're
SEPTA
saying.
is the community, that is why that group was created. It was for the, and so,
Bad
but
example.
you, no, actually, you brought up an excellent point, because we have other advisory committees that also could probably give us important feedback as to things that we should be looking for, but that is appropriate feedback for us to take, not necessarily feedback for the superintendent to receive in the advisory work, or in the boundary work. Like,
Understood.
under her
The one
purview right
The one
now.
that stood out to me was the equity plan, because who is more appropriate for the equity plan than students with disabilities?
Well, and I think that that is an excellent example. I want to make sure that we don't like conflate the line there, because
Totally fine.
when we have advisory committees, like they serve the board, and so we're trying to keep that line
Totally
clean.
fine.
But what you did bring up, and I'd like to talk with some of my colleagues, is whether or not, if there's some mechanism that we could use to receive feedback of things that we need to be paying attention to. So I appreciate you bringing that up again, and I agree with Ms. Marin that we need to figure out how to get you guys in the room more often when it's appropriate to do so. I just wanted to clarify that particular one, just so that
That's
there's no
helpful. Thank you.
confusion out in the world. Oh, okay, so we're gonna go back to go-backs. So Ms. Marin, you're next.
Stretching my legs. Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson, for confirming that and checking me. And I apologize, it was Dr. Boyd who I was mentioning way back when there was an issue with ACSD not being called to the table. So I apologize, Ms. Edmonds-Hurd. Okay, so I also do want to share that there's a lot of, and we all know this, there's a lot of exciting work happening with the transition work from middle to high. And so that's part of the goal for academic advising, because absolutely, it's really hit or miss. It depends what school you're at. So there is more consistency and intention going into that. So again, I think these whole system process improvements will help our students with disabilities. Also, on Thursday night, we approved a contract for assisted living devices for our deaf and hard of hearing students. And it makes me wonder if the committee can be helpful to us in identifying funding sources. Because we know what we need to do for kids, but as my colleague said, money is super scarce, right? So I just wonder, are there things that we should be purchasing or investing in, or time to move on? And that was just a thought. Because we do exceed the standards for state funding, and again, that well is drying up a little bit. But I also just wanted to add, I'd love to see more infusion in the curriculum about people and their stories and lived experiences for those with disabilities. Like, it's not just Helen Keller who rose above the challenges and thrived. And so even talking about the fight for recognition in the civil rights movement. So, how can we really integrate that in those stories? So I will leave it at that, but I do want to submit a next step, colleagues, to try and get that data about the number and percent of identified students with that most common dyslexic reading challenge, and then the other items, because I wonder too if it helps us better target our resources, and it would help me understand a bigger picture of, where the need is really at. So, thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and take this opportunity to correct myself. I am incorrect. There are advisory committee folks on the committee, and you do have a representative from ACSD that's already on there. So there is, and they're all listed on the
boundary?
website. Uh-huh.
So here's the issue with that. As a committee, if somebody is appointed to that body that happens to be on the ACSD, but they were not appointed by the ACSD, then their role is not the voice of the ACSD. Within our bylaws, we have to agree to appoint them, which we didn't do. They were selected, which means they were selected on their own merits, and they just happened to be an overlap.
I understand that may be part of it. I will say that in this particular circumstance, I understand some of why that was going on. However, we'll continue to work to make sure, as we suggested ahead of time, we'll make sure that we continue to ensure. I was surprised. I did not know that there were our advisory committee members on that, other than FPAC, which made more sense. So I will definitely continue to look
Amanda's
into it.
desperate. She's doing the ooh, ooh, ooh with her hand over there.
I just want to, if I can for a second, clear that history. So NITA was appointed by ACSD, but the issue here was that ACSD was not initially approached. ACSD got a spot after, like, SEPTA was approached, APAC was approached, Title I was approached, like all of us were named initially. ACSD wasn't named until I approached ACSD and told ACSD SEPTA had been invited. And then ACSD was then able to approach leadership and ask to have a spot appointed. And it was done. It was done very quickly. It was handled. I just want the
right.
clarities here.
My
And NITA
bad. I
then was
remember that
appointed
now.
by the
Yeah.
ACSD and
Well,
voted.
as long as we're making progress towards what we were intending to make progress towards, I think that this is lovely. No, but I mean, this is how this stuff happens. It's iterative over time. So I appreciate all of us working together to get to the right answer. Miss Lady.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I also wanted to talk about was I liked the conversation about more training. And again, the tough part about training is time, right? I mean, our teachers are fatigued. Having said that, I think that UDL has the ability to save them time. I don't know why some teachers can't just take the approach that when you have an IEP or you have someone in your class with a 504 and IEP, whatever accommodations they get, why don't you just give them to everybody? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's UDL, right? Like, it's a way in which you approach it. It's not gaining an advantage. We need to train our teachers around this whole thing about gaining an advantage. It's not what's happening here. So that's just a big thing for me. And I just think that what we're doing with UDL has amazing potential. But we also need enthusiasm. And I want to give kudos to professional learning at Fairfax County who took feedback from the inclusive schools trainings, because apparently the first 3 of those were a train wreck. They didn't understand that we were a consent state. There were all kinds of things that they walked away feeling like they don't even know Fairfax County. They took the feedback. The last training was far better. But at the same time, they need to have enthusiasm when they do the turnaround training with their schools. And I don't know if this falls on RASs or it falls on EPs, but it certainly falls on principals. That the attitude in which we bring to a training and the enthusiasm if we're doing turnaround training has to be, this is fantastic, and not, yeah, some of these training, you know what I mean? Like, that's important. Attitude is so important in this work. So that's all. We do need more training, but we need to make sure our trainers are quality. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Dixit.
So I'll be quick too. I actually, looking at coming from UDL, from my colleague just mentioned, I was going to say the same thing. Your recommendation 3.4 says increase focus on relationship and play-based learning in both primary and secondary program is basically to foster relationship among neurotypical students and students with disability, benefits everyone involved. I know this work has been happening. I just wanted to know, is it happening in all our schools, or this is just a recommendation, it's not been, so it's a play-based learning, or should say project-based learning happening between neurotypical and special needs students?
Well, I mean, not to defer to the committee, but I don't know if you want to maybe clarify the recommendation. I mean, in terms of play-based learning, absolutely, in our early childhood programs, that's a core part of our curriculum, and project-based learning and collaborative and cooperative learning are parts of our FCPS learning model and reflected in our curriculum design. So I'm not sure exactly if anyone on the committee wants to clarify that recommendation, and then I'd be happy to try to
The
speak to more of what
recommendation
we're
was to
doing.
expand it to other grades, and I don't know off the top of my head which subcommittee that was, but we have subcommittee chairs in the room, so I might be able to ask them to speak to that. You said it was recommendation 3 point.
It's 3.4, and it talks about also how things are happening in TJ, in multidisciplinary, in interdisciplinary learning. So it was kind of a really interesting, University of Michigan peer-led team program and some examples there. So really impressive write-up about what we could do. And I think all our students will benefit with that, just overall. And I have seen examples of project-based learning in going to schools, and students like designing like a water park. And then they were like using their math skills and their design skills and engineering. And there was a very interesting project they were doing, and they were very involved in that. It felt like they all, were invested in that. And so it was a group project, small team within the classroom.
Well, I can tell you that's the one subcommittee that doesn't have somebody in the room, but one of the people on that subcommittee is your appointee, Asin, so she might, it doesn't benefit the group, but she might be able to answer some of your questions one-to-one.
And I think I can add a little bit here. I think the idea was to create ways to see how students are doing, give them opportunities to shine that aren't the traditional take a test ways. To have a project, to design your own project even, to work as a group, to find other ways that students can show mastery of a subject and learn and show mastery of a subject.
Understood.
That's a really helpful clarification, and I would just add, I know this maybe seems a little bit difficult for folks that aren't familiar with it, but FCPS has what we call our learning model, and it has 4 domains, and that basically are the evidence-based best practices that we want to see in all of our schools. We updated that model this year to really make sure that it was centered in universal design principles. And one of the cornerstones, one of the 4 domains is purposeful assessment, and using multiple types of assessments and providing student choice in assessment types in terms of how students would demonstrate their learning. That's a UDL principle. That's part of one of the assessment practices that we want to see, just as you just described. And that's part of the training that we're doing with staff this coming school year, is to really make sure in the staff development time that we have at the division level that staff understand what those best practices are, how to find the resources that we've developed, and we're creating a lot of examples, even video examples, so folks can see what those practices look like in practice in classrooms, and definitely a choice around, student-driven choice around assessment and demonstrating learning is one of the cornerstone practices that we want to highlight.
Well,
So
can
thank
that
you.
information be found online, or is it just internal?
It actually is, well, it's both places. It is online. The resources and things that kind of get down at the teacher level are more on the, the internal FCPS intranet, but we'd be happy to, help folks get access to any of that information as
I
well.
think it would be helpful to our committee to see that,
Absolutely.
to refine the recommendations and prevent the kind of clarification that.
No, we'd be happy to do that. We'd be happy to share all of that with you, so just let us know.
Dr. Reed, I know you are.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. I think when I read the report, what I thought was so very promising is just focusing on the importance of children working together on projects. And when you think about projects, often that's the application of learning, right? It's how we know students have learned when they can independently exercise their knowledge in a new situation, right? Not with repetitive situations, but independently apply knowledge in a new situation than they've learned. We know that. And to do group work with all children is a UDL strategy for sure. I think a challenge we often find in group work is we don't want to give a quartet music for a solo, right? If we have music for a quartet, then we need 4 people, and all 4 of them have to do their part, or it doesn't become the beautiful piece it could be. And I think it's the same with all projects. There's a role, there's an opportunity, and neurodivergent, neurotypical perspectives improve the quality of any outcome of a project. So I appreciate you raising that as an important feature.
And thank you. It's good to see this happening in our schools. And I say a great thing happen at FCPS every day in every school. And it's sometimes we get, we focus on things which are not happening, but there are always like so many cool stuff happening in our classrooms. And I did see that students were taking their own way of like assessment. Some chose to do a PowerPoint, some chose to do a Canva, design, and it was a special need class. And I was like, mind blowing. They could just choose any way of assessment they wanted to. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take a recess here to go to lunch, but we wanted to say thank you so much for coming out and sharing your report with us.
And thanks for being here again. So we're going to turn to the Advanced Academics Program Advisory Committee, and we'll go ahead and kick it off since we're running just a touch late. So Holly, or do we want to introduce yourselves, please, to start? And are we going to adjust any time? Let's just check because we are starting a little late. So let's do what we can, and maybe we can add a few more minutes. Okay, we'll do our best. Okay, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Is this the appropriate length from the microphone? Hello. If we want to get the presentation up, my name is Cheryl Napoli. I am presenting today for the Advanced Academics Program Advisory Council. I represent the committee with Fairfax County Council PTA. That's my role on. I'm on the committee, and I'm one of the co-chairs for the committee. Dr. Holly Glazer is the other co-chair, and she is an assistant professor over at the College of Education and Human Development at George Mason University. She's unfortunately unable to be here today. I'm joined with Dr. Kirsten Maloney, who's a senior manager of the Advanced Academics Program, and Dr. Dana Lieberman, an educational specialist with the Advanced Academics Program. And I want to recognize that Amy Andrews is also really active as a staff member. She's also an educational specialist with the Advanced Academics Program, and they were really instrumental this year with our advisory committee and making sure that we kept on task and kept our monthly meetings running really well. And I'm also joined today with one of our committee members, Randy Constantino, and she's here for if we have any, to help us with any of the questions at the end as well, because she was a really active member in our committee. And so thank you so much, Randy. Here's our agenda for today. We'll go through our charge for this year, our committee process of what of how we worked this year, starting from October through May, our committee recommendations, and then our follow-up from our previous year's recommendations and how what staff has done and what FCPS has done to follow up on the recommendations that were made last year by the committee. Our 2024-2025 charge was as follows. AAPAC will learn more about the advanced placement and international baccalaureate options for FCPS high school students, including analyzing access, participation rates, and numbers of student exams in order to make recommendations about effective practices and possible areas for improvement. I realize that as this is up on the screen, the committee process is pretty small here, but you can find this in your report as well. The committee spent the fall learning about the advanced placement and international baccalaureate programs and the current levels of access and participation within SBS. In the fall, we also had to make clear that we weren't comparing and contrasting the two programs to one another. Rather, we wanted to see how we can expand best practices across the division. In October, November, December, we spent the time understanding this year's charge, learning about the AP and IB background information with the educational specialists, Amy Andrews and Dana Lieberman, talking about our need to knows and processing the IB and AP enrollment data. If you'd like, you can go through the background information that was included in the report, starting on page 4 of the report. You can see all of the AP and IB options that FCPS offers. There's quite a breadth of options that we have in our county. Starting in January, we had focus groups of high schools that provided us information from IB schools. We had an IB panel, which had Justice, Marshall, Lewis, and Edison high schools represented. Our February meeting, which was then rescheduled to March because of snow, was our AP panel with representatives from Falls Church High School, McLean, and West Springfield High Schools. And then in March, we had staff that presented about dual enrollment and academic advising, and we also got to hear a student perspective from focus groups that were conducted from students that are currently in the AP and IB programs. And with each of those months, we had small group processing and were able to do key takeaways, and all that information can be found in the background information of the report. Our initial draft and committee recommendations we did in April, and then revising that and refining those happened in May, and our final vote was on May 20th. Starting on page 14, you can find our committee recommendations. Our first recommendation is to develop a 6-year academic planning and course selection pathway. One of the barriers we heard about accessing advanced courses was that students might not have been able to access the prerequisites needed to get to the advanced courses by the time that they were juniors or seniors. So one of the things that we wanted to recommend was to enhance the student and parent counseling on AP, IB, and DE options beginning in middle school. The academic advising period could also include clear information about college admissions criteria, career readiness pathways, and also the key gateway classes that students will need to take to access those advanced courseworks. A more robust 4 to 6 year academic planning tool can be developed, maybe even using our Naviance tool that students already have access to, but making that more robust and viewable and editable both by students and parents so that can follow them starting in 7th grade and following them all the way through 12th grade, so that no matter where they go to high school, whether or not they choose a different path in their high school, that it follows them no matter where they choose. And also that they have structured and consistent messaging for all middle school families about the advanced course opportunities, and have student ambassadors that can come and speak to middle school students to ensure early and informed decision-making about those academic pathways and make sure that they're ready to access those options. Our second recommendation is to encourage all students to take at least one AP or IB course in high school, and recommend adopting a modified AP/IB for all approach to ensure that every high school offers at least one AP or IB course as a standard course replacement, making advanced coursework accessible to all students. Some courses that have been identified as options include AP Human Geography, AP Computer Science Principles, or AP Seminar, which some schools have included as a replacement for English 10. Encouraging the students to take at least one AP or IB course early will help build their confidence and demonstrate that all students are capable of succeeding in a rigorous academic environment. Schools can assist these students by targeting supports for multilingual learners and helping students with special education needs to scaffold learning, and be able to reach students who have not had access before they've reached high school age. Our third recommendation is to establish student support programs and mentorship network. In the student focus groups, something that we heard repeated was that they felt a lot of pressure, competition, which can lead to burnout, especially as they were accessing a lot of the AP courses and IB courses. We recommend establishing a cohort or mentorship model for the AP and IB students by grouping students enrolled in the specific AP and IB courses together in advisory periods to foster peer support, build community, and encourage collaboration. To ensure that students are thriving in these courses, schools can provide consistent student support systems focused on mental health, academic scaffolding, and promoting the balance between personal and academic life. And this will help students to be able to manage the rigor of the advanced coursework while also maintaining their overall well-being. Academic advising can also assist students to select advanced courses that align with their interest areas, future goals, and academic life balance needs. As we delved into AP and IB, we realized that DE options were another enticing way for students to access advanced coursework, but there are barriers that existed that prevented the expansion of these options. So our fourth recommendation is to expand dual enrollment opportunities. And we recommend that FCPS create incentives, financial or otherwise, for teachers to pursue credentials that are needed to teach DE courses. Providing financial support and professional learning will help to increase the pool of DE certified instructors and increase the course offerings across schools. And FCPS can continue to partner with NOVA and other local universities to address the barriers and streamline pathways for teacher qualifications to teach DE courses at the high schools. We recommend also exploring maybe a college program that allows students to earn a full associate's degree during the final 2 years of high school, a model that exists in other locations. Even as we expand the AP, IB, and DE opportunities, FCPS parents want to ensure that the rigor of the programs is maintained. And so our last recommendation is as we're expanding strategies for maintaining the rigor of the AP, IB, and DE programs, and that we are evaluating student success at the same time. At the state level, the VDOE 3E framework has aspects of measuring success as part of the school accreditation and accountability that can be expanded upon within the individual schools, and as they seek to evaluate their own programs of advanced coursework. The College Board also recognizes schools in their AP Honor Roll program, and schools can earn this recognition based on the criteria that reflect a commitment to increasing college-going culture, providing opportunities for students to earn college credit, and maximizing college readiness. We recommend that FCPS create reporting guidelines to ensure that expanding access to AP, IB, and DE does not detract from the excellence of the program, and collect information such as the relation of the AP/IB scores to the GPA in the class, and in situations where there's lower performance, provide additional support for those classes and teachers. We also are including our follow-up from the previous year's charge. Just a reminder of our charge for last year was that AAPAC will learn about the research in the field of twice exceptional and learn about central and school-based efforts to meet the needs of 2E learners in FCPS. I have five different things about the follow-up of last year's recommendations. So the 2E handbook was updated by staff to reflect additional details and updates. There's a detailed list of roles and responsibilities for collaborating to meet the needs of 2E students. And there's a section updated with more current assistive technology. I think you guys have probably I heard some of that discussion in the last presentation as well. There's a 2-page summary and acknowledgement of the FCPS 2E handbook, and that was included as mandatory beginning this school year for professional learning and for all instructional staff, and will continue to be required for any new instructional hires. And this is tracked through the MyPDE program. As of November 2024, 95% of staff has completed this required acknowledgement about 2E. About 2E data, staff worked with information technology to create an icon within SIS so that instructional staff are aware of students who have been identified as 2E, and that flag will appear for any student who is identified for AAP services, no matter if it's subject-specific, part-time, or full-time AAP, at any time that they also have a current 504 or IEP. We've heard from many staff and that the icon has raised their awareness of many students they were not even aware that were 2E. Within this work, they were also able to create a flag for 2E and SIS, which allows the district to collect baseline data, track improvements for future years about whether 2E students are accessing advanced academic services and coursework. Overall, as a district, 88% of 2E students are accessing advanced academic services or coursework, and at the elementary level, 91% are receiving dual programming. At the middle school and high school levels, 85% are receiving dual programming. And the district has also used this data to create goals and a multi-year plan for scaled improvement. There's been a lot of collaboration between special education and AAP. A cross-departmental team, including representatives of special education and AAP, have been meeting weekly regarding ongoing 2E work. To facilitate similar collaboration at the school-based level, central office staff have initiated new quarterly meetings of K-12 special education department chairs and AAP school-based leaders. AAP school-based leaders at the elementary and middle school levels are the AARTs, the Advanced Academic Resource Teachers. Since there's not an AART position at the high school level, each high school named a representative who is also included in both the scheduling and instructional leadership at the school, such as an assistant principal or an IB coordinator. Central office staff shared an expectation that AARTs be included in the specific elements of IEP work where appropriate, such as staff meetings. There's continued professional learning opportunities in a variety of formats for multiple stakeholder groups, such as school psychologists, school-based administrators, individual schools, and teachers. In addition to the 2E specific professional learning, there's been ongoing learning throughout the school in a variety of formats for a variety of stakeholders, especially related to the universal design for learning and district inclusion work, which both intersect with the learning required to improve the experiences of 2E students. AAP has included professional learning about leading UDL principals in the professional learning for AARTs, as well as full-time AAP lead classroom teachers. Several members of the AAP team are collaborating with schools through the inclusion pilot work that started in March 2025 and will continue through the 25-26 school year. And finally, family engagement, which we all know is super important, continues to be an area of focus. At the district level, the superintendent started the 2E advisory committee with families, school level representatives, and central office level staff in January 2025. Central office staff continue to provide 2E topic webinars through the Family Resource Center. And the topics that have been through this school year are calming the chaos, teaching emotional regulation to 2E students, empowering 2E students to understand the role of accommodations in accessing learning, and using strength-based approaches when communicated with 2E students. Those recordings are available on the FRC YouTube channel after the live webinar opportunity as well. And that's the conclusion of my formal presentation, and we can open it up for questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Napoli. Mr. Frisch?
5 of us are using this microphone down here. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the hard work from all of you and our committee members. I want to tackle a couple of the recommendations. The first one about ensuring that every student in high school takes an AP or an IB class kind of aligns perfectly in terms of timing with the conversation we had at the board meeting this past week about, in our academic matters presentation, about the success our school division has with the open environment we have for AP, increasing significantly the number of students who are taking AP classes, taking the exams, and passing. And what the superintendent identified as interesting was that, and Ms. Lady had had a conversation with a few of us about how in many school environments, APs are restricted, and you would expect that in an open environment where we're encouraging anybody who would like to take one, that testing passage rates would go down. But ours have remained steady and higher than the national average, which speaks volumes about some of the argumentation that you were raising for this this recommendation that giving people an opportunity to succeed will lead to future success as well. So 2 questions. One, Dr. Reed, how feasible do you think it is to continue down the path of getting to at least one AP or IB course per student in high school? And then on y'all's end, were you aware of the updated data that we received at the Academic Matters presentation last week about I think we increased by 6,000 since last year? 10,000 more students taking AP exams over the last 2 years.
and our percentage rate holding steady and higher than the national average?
So I think it is, of course, possible for every student to take at least one APIB or dual enrollment course. Many divisions around the country have that in place already, so I think it's certainly something we could not just aspire to, but actually implement.
And I'll say we didn't necessarily know the numbers, but in our focus groups, that our recommendations really came because of the focus groups and that we were seeing it being successful in the high schools. So there were specific schools that had replaced certain courses with the AP for all, and it was working out as a success. And so that's why we were like, well, if it's working here, then it can be expanded to working across the division. So that's why we made that recommendation, because it was working. And so, especially, I think it was the AP seminar, especially, I think that was the one that, as a replacement for English 10, that I think was one of the ones that has been flagged as a AP or for all that that a lot of students can access.
Second recommendation I want to chat about is the expansion of dual enrollment opportunities. Critically important, not just because it provides more opportunities for our students, but also because the hastily adopted new accreditation and accountability standards lean heavily into dual enrollment, despite the fact that many school divisions across the Commonwealth do not have access to the robust opportunities that we have here in Northern Virginia because of Northern Virginia Community College and elsewhere. I'm curious what kind of state level advocacy you think might be necessary to make this, more possible.
I think one of Randy Cosentino, I work on the college level. I'm a president of the U.S. Naval Community College, so I work with actually quite a few community colleges. I think one of the biggest challenges, if you're talking statewide, and it may frankly go beyond statewide, is I think one of the biggest obstacles of being able to offer dual enrollment in the classroom is the mandatory qualifications for the faculty. And I know, at least, if you don't mind, Robin Lady and I had a conversation about this recently as well, that it is inconsistent across the state in terms of what they require. Up in here in the Northern Virginia area, they tend to require a master's with 18 hours, maybe it's 16 hours, I get confused, in that subject area, whereas I don't think that's consistent necessarily across the state. And there may be a way to try to achieve what's understandable, that you want a certain quality in order to be able to give college credit. You want to ensure that they're teaching at a certain level and there's some sort of norming. But it seems that one of the major obstacles to schools offering it is, can you get enough teachers who are qualified? So can you look at what those qualification requirements are? Is there an alternative qualification requirement or another way to be able to enable more of our high school teachers to be able to teach at that dual enrollment level?
Dr. Reed, do you have any thoughts on this necessity?
I do think it is an interesting requirement, and the committee members are correct that one of the barriers to increasing dual enrollment courses has been the ability to hire staff that the dual enrollment granting institution will accept as qualified to teach the course. So I do think there's some advocacy. It came up, Ms. Anderson and you, Mr. Frisch, we were at a breakfast yesterday, and it came up, Ms. Corbett-Sanders also was talking about approaching Chev with maybe some advocacy around minimally having a calibrated expectation across the Commonwealth. And we're certainly at one end of the continuum, I think, compared to other parts of the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
I would also say, just as an aside, AP grants college credit in a different way, and we don't have those requirements. So I think it's also an inconsistent application of expectations. So I'll just leave that there.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. Ms. Lady, and then we'll just continue down the row here with Mr. Moon and Ms. Dixon.
Thank you. I'm going to talk about academic advising 712. I want to know what the plan is. Seventh grade through 12th grade.
Well then, what the plan is, yes, ma'am. It's interesting. I come from a state that took the assessments, the state assessments, and if students were in that the top quartile, it was an automatic placement into the next most advanced course. Like, it wasn't something kids signed up for, that was an automatic placement. So just based on data. And then they had to opt out rather than here where it's an opt-in, and not all families know to ask, and not all conversations lead to that outcome. So I think part of the plan will include a very different approach to how we schedule, perhaps with looking at data and opting young people into courses that we believe they could be successful. And then if the conversations are happening, it's about, why do you want to come out? Because we believe you could be very successful in. And I do know that Dr. Presidio's team is also working on a new template, whether it's Naviance or some other product, but capturing planning much sooner. I mean, you have to, particularly for mathematics, you have to be in a queue well before middle school, even, quite honestly. So I think that the plan will be coming shortly, and prior to next year, you'll see that's the work we're doing with Dr. Gehring and Dr. Bell, the ABL work, in terms of looking at course registrations and being very clear about planning.
Yeah, I mean, I ask because obviously it's near and dear to my heart. I'm going to give a shout out to Alice Robertson, who was my career center specialist when I started at Chantilly. She was doing a program called It's Never Too Early to Talk About College. She and I partnered on that and did it every year that I was at Chantilly. Unfortunately, she left the same year I did and went to Madison. But I will tell you, it targeted rising 7th, 8th, and 9th graders, and we basically mapped out academic career plans. You needed to understand that you can come into bio honors as a 9th grader, but if you're only in Algebra 1, you're not going to get to Chem honors the next year, right? They're all the sequencing. But the other thing that I just want to share is that, when I would do my sort of invite breakfast with my middle schools, I asked all of them to send me all their counselors. And they would usually just send me their 8th grade counselors, because in their mind, they're the ones registering for 9th grade. So I can't emphasize enough how important it is that everyone be trained in curriculum. Everyone needs to understand we're K-16, or at least K-14 if kids are going to go into some other skills-based environment where they need information. So we need good course sequencing charts, whether you're mapping IB or AP. Each school is making those on their own. We had some that were amazing at Chantilly, but I don't know if Oakton has their own and Woodson has their own, but should we do some things that are a little more uniformed? That's one thing. In terms of the AP or IB as a standard course offering, as a required expectation of every student, yes, some schools have decided, like Marshall, everyone does IB English. There's no standard English at Marshall. It's all IB English. Some schools have picked something else. The AP seminar is actually replacing English 10 honors. I don't think it's becoming a standard AP across all of 10th grade. My suggestion would be that we need to be nimble in how we think about this because of kids' different skill sets. I would say create a bucket of here's what we recommend. Is it AP CS, AP Hug, AP Environmental, or maybe an AP Lang? Like, explain to kids, you're going to do one of these, right? But let's work with them early enough to see where their skill sets are, to see where they're mapping, and we're putting it in their 4-year plans, as opposed to saying everyone who goes to Chantilly is going to take APCS. Like, I think that's short-sighted based on kids' individual interest and skill sets. And I would say similarly, perhaps there's a way to do that with IB too. I wish there was an AP theater. The other thing, before I run out of time, and I'll probably take a go back, is, the other thing with the sequencing charts, because I supervise performing arts, created a 4-year plan that included the arts in every year. I think one of the biggest mistakes our parents make is they celebrate all of those arts until it's time to go to high school, and then they think that they got to shut it down because you got to be more academic. And all colleges and universities love seeing the arts for 4 years. And so I think we need to do that type of sampling too to our parent communities.
Thank you. Mr. Moon.
Okay, I'm going to ask you questions. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. Continuing the discussion from a couple of nights ago. Is it a couple of nights ago? Yeah. Thursday night. 2 nights ago. That I'm going to ask you from opposite, the other, from the other angle. Looking at your recommendations, that in this culture of continuing to promote and continuing to encourage our students to achieve at a higher level, take more advanced courses. At the same time, I see, I don't have a page number on my printout, where you also mention about promoting balance between personal and academic life. How do we do that? I see many high school kids struggling with the pressure to take more and more AP and IB courses coming from themselves, peers, and families, and college admissions. So where do we find the balance? How do we determine where the right balance is?
And that's where the idea of this mentorship or the student support really came out of those student focus groups. And so many of the students, they didn't necessarily want to stop taking the courses. That's not what they want. They don't want, none of them want to stop having the opportunities or stop having the access. So the thought process that we as the adults in the room talked about is, well, then how do they have the opportunity to be able to sit in a space where they can talk about it, where they don't feel alone in those spaces? Because I think that's part of where they can feel that stress can continue to build. So the thought process is, we're already sitting in those advisory classes every other day, and different high schools do it in different ways, but if they can be grouped together so that you're in your same classes or you're in your same space. And I know that they do that sometimes with the AVID students in advisory, or that they group kids in a way so that they could have targeted supports in those spaces, so that the advisory teacher can have that they know that those kids are all in an AP class and the test is coming up this, or you know what I mean? So that stuff can be managed in a way that those students don't feel alone, that they can be working both as peers, but also that other adults can be paying attention to where they are. The stress, it seems like it comes from so many different levels too, because so many of the students were talking about the fact that they feel it just from their other peers saying, oh, well, you got to take this class. And if you don't take it, you're not getting into this university. That's not any of us telling them to take it. Do you know what I mean? And I'm not sure how we change that culture of Northern Virginia necessarily, but can we manage it by helping those students during the day, creating these networks?
So since I still got time, based upon my own experience, working with the students, high school students, middle school students, and their parents, pressure seems to be coming from colleges, college admissions, where they want to go, where they want their children to go, and somehow under the belief, rightfully or wrongly, that you need to take all these AP courses, otherwise you're not gonna have a chance at those courses. So I think I did ask this question to superintendent a couple of meetings ago, whether we can engage, major universities, their admission offices, to tell us whether they are in fact true. If you don't take 12 AP classes, don't apply. Whether that is true.
Mr. Moon, I think that's good research to look at. And one of the other interesting aspects of this topic, and I'll just use an example. When my daughter was in undergraduate at Gonzaga, fabulous school, right? Go Bulldogs. She was pre-med, and organic chemistry was a very important course to take, and often was characterized as the course that would determine whether you were going to go on to medical school or not. And I will use the example, because I don't recall exactly the numbers, but the example roughly was that there were 5 organic chemistry professors, right? And depending on when you registered, you had an opportunity to select the course that would have a particular professor attached. And there were reputations of the professors who was maybe the most sought, the next most sought after, the average sort of sought after, and then kind of the ones that if you got them, you were probably not going to be successful. And you registered by order of the credits you accumulated in the class for the next year. So students who came to university with a significantly higher number of credits, either from AP or dual enrollment or IB, registered earlier than students who were becoming a junior with fewer credits. So one of the inequities that we realized was perpetuated isn't just about admissions, it was about where you sat within your class to register for courses. So you could actually, and I had this conversation at a very different level, you could actually come from a high school that didn't offer those courses, and by that virtue have an inequitable access to the best instructors that might lead you to a postgraduate program. Conversely, maybe not as important, so was housing, done by the number of credits you were coming in with. So I think that this is a conversation that many savvy families already know the answer to, and it's not just about admission, but it's about what this aggregate of credit allows or enables or supports as an experience for you. So there are a lot of topics connected to this topic. It's more complex, I think, than just admissions.
I appreciate that. That's more complex. You are giving us an example of one particular university in your daughter's case.
What was our state?
Oh, well, okay, and I do not know whether that's the case for most other schools, other colleges, because I haven't heard the same from, at least from my kids' generation, which may be at this point in time outdated. But I think that's where I would love to have a more information from other universities as well, because in as much as I want our school, our students to strive for the best in the highest level, at the same time, I want them to have decent high school, middle school, and elementary school life as a youngsters.
Thank you, Mr. Moon. Ms. Dixit, then Mr. McDaniel.
I'm just going to take it from what Mr. Moon said. And first of all, thank you for the presentation. I'll say not all students have to take all AP courses. They the whole recommendation is just take one, so or AP or IB. So I think it's all upon the student. Whether they want to take 10 AP courses, I think it's a very individual decision for them and their family. We should be able to support that, whichever path they want to go for. I know these colleges have become super competitive and very difficult to get in. I think the largest wait list this year for colleges admissions. And what do we do? Whether we prepare the students to go in those colleges, or we just say, you know what, they can do whatever they want. We don't have the support, but FCPS, being FCPS, is able to provide the support system. And I'm really grateful for that. My son almost graduated with 1 year, more 1.5 years of college credits when he went to GMU. and it shortens his college span. So it's obviously savings for the families who can't afford the tuition. My question was with Naviance, actually, and I know you guys mentioned that as one of your suggestions for the developing 6-year academic planning. Do you have experience with Navision, anybody here?
I have a rising junior and at Falls Church High School, and my experience is that I have no access to it. So as a parent, the only access you have is that they have to log in. They have, like, as a parent, there's no access. Like, I have access to SIS, and I have access to even Schoology, but Naviance is a student. Like, he has to log in and show me whatever he wants to show me. So when we had this discussion as a committee, that it's because it's more internal to the student program, that if it can be expanded so that it's more a collaboration that can happen as the family, it might be a more useful tool.
I think that question will be now for me to ask your team. Do you think Naviance will have a capability like this?
So we have had Naviance for a number of years, and we've had longitudinal academic and career planning activities that are part of the Naviance program for a number of years. There are many challenges for parents to be part of that process, for sure. Some of them are technical in terms of seeing what's actually in the program. Some of them are more adaptive in terms of making sure that we're doing a better job including parents in the decision-making process and including them in the course selection process and helping them really understand course trajectories and what is possible. So we are working in the instructional services and the IT department to try to fix some of those technical issues and challenges with Naviance so that the interface works better for families. But I think a big part of what we have to do is we have to do a better job consistently making sure that our parents are integrated into the course and academic planning process from grades 7 through 12 for sure. So we've got a lot of work to do in that regard. One of our strategic plan goals, as Dr. Reed talked about, incorporates new actions and strategies to do just this work, to do that longitudinal academic planning with families. So we're going to be working hard on that piece as well. But definitely there are technical issues that make it challenging for families to see what's happening.
Yeah, thank you. That was my understanding too, that with the limited knowledge I used with my son, and it was not a very super friendly tool, and it was not giving I think it's it maps your potential colleges with your SAT score or I think that's what we were using as a parent, like which college he should apply to. But this is very different what you're suggesting using Naviance for. The other thing I wanted to address was our pre-calculus course. I do not believe we offer that at a middle school level. Am I right, Dr. Reed?
I don't believe we have any sections of pre-calculus at middle school. I would expect that at some middle schools, maybe a student's able to walk to a high school or do it online. I'm sorry? Right. So I think we want to get to the place where we're able to offer a section. We have elementary libraries where children can read at whatever level they're able to independently read. And I think mathematics is going to need to be more nimbly delivered so that wherever a student is, they're able to access mathematics at their independent level.
Yeah, and that's what my experience was, that even though we have in high schools, we have a lot of APs and everything available, but pre-calculus was not available in middle school. And I think my son did Virtual Virginia, and he did it over the one semester. That's how we got to that. The IB schools, and this is an issue. My son went to Robinson, two sons, so one went to IB, and he could only take one AP course. That was an IB diploma path, and that is the reason we see very low AP in your report where it says Robinson only had 12% students who took AP course. Is this because of that reason? So I was wondering, is there a reason that even though in 10th grade or 9th grade they cannot take AP courses even though they're part of the IB path?
So we did make an adjustment a year or two ago that ninth graders could take AP courses.
And that would be then 2 AP courses for them or maybe more for IB schools?
Just period. We weren't allowing AP in ninth grade, I think, period. Is that right? And now we are. Ms. Clemenco?
Yes, sorry. We weren't offering the courses that typically a ninth grader would take, the AP courses, but with the AP Human Geography that's coming this year as a standard course offering in all of our AP schools, that will be available to them. There are some students whose pathways in math might get them to AP classes also in ninth grade.
Also, the other ninth grade course, or that AP suggests for ninth graders, is AP Environmental Science. Or CS, yeah. But AP Environmental Science and Human Geography are very traditionally ninth grade.
Okay, thank you for that. And then lastly, I would say that looking at the AP course offering and participation by school, it's in your page 6 of your report. I feel like there is a lot of room of improvement in some schools, and some schools are doing great job at it. And that obviously number of AP courses offered are very different in each school, high school, but it's still, kind of like great. Everybody's over 25 AP courses in each school, but there's 40% of only students taking the AP course to all the way to 99%. So I definitely see that having this open door policy sort of that they can enroll in AP courses could benefit that. But right now there are a lot of schools which are significantly higher. So I just thought maybe you guys thought of that as one of the data points to maybe make a suggestions because of that reason that.
So the ones that with the highest percentages of those are the ones that have replaced a course with a standard course with an AP. So the ones that have the highest percentage of at least one, it's because that's a standard course has been replaced. So that percentage at the end will go higher as if more high schools can adopt either the AP or IB for all concept.
And Ms. Dixit, may I go back to your original point around the IB schools versus the AP schools? As you heard earlier, when we took on this charge, we were not comparing and contrasting, but certainly one of the things that we came up and we asked about was why a school might have gravitated towards AP or IB. And a lot of, frankly, the folks that were there didn't necessarily know the history. But I say that just to say that it's clear that each school has chosen to focus on one or the other. And that was a deliberate strategy. And from my, at least, lived experiences, colleges are good, they will value them equally. So I think certainly you were asking, I think, in your first question about why don't we see more AP courses at the IB schools, and that's because if the school has adopted an IB program, which often sometimes even starts in the middle years, which can be in middle school, but often can happen in freshman and sophomore and junior and senior, it's because that school's chosen to focus on that. And from a college outcome and a college acceptance perspective, it shouldn't necessarily either advantage or disadvantage the student. They're both considered quite competitive programs.
My time is up now. Maybe I'll talk later. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. McDaniel, then I will take a turn, then let's get Ms. Lady for a go back, and then I think that will be it. We'll be at time. Thank you.
Thank you. Couple technical questions and then a comment. Do we have classes that are both AP and dual enrolled at the same time? No. Okay, I didn't think so. Yeah, same. Okay, all right. You're going to understand why I'm going down this route in just a second. So I wanted to go back to something the superintendent said about the story and how we can design things that maybe accidentally lead to disincentives or incentives that were not expected. Here's where I was going with this. I will caveat this by saying I was not an FCPS grad. I took a course in high school that was AP and dual enrollment at the same time, which, if you think about it, doesn't really make any sense, because if you're dual enrolled, you get the college credit, regardless of what you get on the AP test. So, me being the either ingenious person or the petulant teenager that I was, kind of figured this out, and I told the rest of the class, you could actually turn in the test with your name on it, and you still get dual enrollment credit, so you still get the college credit. Well, over half the class did that, and then someone told the teacher that I told them that, and I got in trouble. But I still got the dual enrollment credit, and I still went to George Mason. So I think in a comment that Miss Lady said about how we design these, I kind of read silo into, but these pathways, need to be very intentional, because I think as we saw with the grading policies, the best intentions can lead to these negative externalities. So as we're going down this route of trying to push more AP and IB and dual enrollment, that program design overall needs to be done very intentionally, so our very capable students don't figure out ways to game the system. As you know, we've never seen that before, right? No, never. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So similarly to the earlier presentation on our advisory committees for students with disabilities, there's a lot of information converging. And I just did email you the academic matters from Thursday that the superintendent presented. And I think what's different from this year as to last year and certainly years prior is we have now a full year of data around our strategic plan. And so, you know, and my experience with advisory committees began before I was elected, when I was on the Human Resources Advisory Committee. So I know like the ebbs and flows of the work. But what I'm really wondering now is, well, one thing is, so the academic advising, and I mentioned this previously, but the superintendent is working on this, and there's a team now that's going to very actively focus on the academic advising. And what I'm thinking, colleagues, is like we need to make sure that these reports with our community's really good input go to those people, because you're reiterating things that are being said. And so like I want to send them to them, but I want to be more thoughtful about it and be like, well, maybe as a matter of process for our advisory committees, we're making sure that, you know, staff that might be working on this specific area that might not know that this wealth of information exists gets to them. So like that's one thing. The other, you know, kind of more systemic thing is like, I feel like going into the next year, a level setting might be needed, because again, like this presentation was just made with the data, and you clearly had other data that you compiled, right? But so like at the start of the next year, let's make sure our advisory committees know the data on where things stand in terms of student performance, professional development, like the data point about how many have completed the 2E training. That would have been something that would have been good for us to make sure that the ACSD knew, right? So like just kind of being more thoughtful about how to integrate all of this, because it's getting like exciting and more complex in like a really great way. And let's make sure all those people are connecting. And the course mapping too, like that's connecting all of this, whether it's our 2E students or you know, the AAP stuff. So I guess I just, so that's like my kind of bigger picture thinking. And, you know, with Naviance, I think that's just one of those indicators of the larger problem. Were students trained on it? Families don't have access. Were teachers trained on how to use it, just like Schoology? So that stuff should be being addressed with the goal work for the academic advising. Like I just, again, see a pattern of the same problems and disconnects here as I do for our students with disabilities and just our gen ed students as well. I mean, I've asked friends, do you know what dual enrollment is? And they don't know. They don't know how to enroll their kid. Or the governor's schools over the summer, or the academy program. Some schools advertise them, some schools don't. Like it's all the same issue, and it's communications and thoughtfully organizing information. So again, I think that this report would be really helpful for the people doing the work about academic advising. So with that, I'll turn it to Ms. Lady to provide the final comments.
Well, thank you. I'll try to be quick. First of all, a college credit accrual, to Mr. Moon's earlier question. A lot of our most selective institutions like Harvard limit the number of credits a kid can get, and every kid who attends comes in with the same number. So when you go to register for classes, you don't have what Dr. Reed referenced with Gonzaga, but if you're going to a William & Mary, a UVA, a GMU, most of our schools in this state, credit accrual gives you your time slot for registration for courses. The other thing I want to talk about for a second is college admissions. Folks, there are colleges still taking applications, okay? We have got to stop with this, we can't, they can't, they've got to take this many to get in. No, we have the majority of our graduating seniors, 15,000, who want seats at the same 50 schools in the country, okay? There's not enough juice in that lemon, okay? It's just not going to work out. But we need to be careful. If we were North Carolina, we named our schools University of Virginia at Radford, University of Virginia at George Mason, University of Virginia at Longwood. You couldn't sit around and say you can't get into your state school. So I'm tired of hearing it, okay? And I also encourage everybody the next time they go to their dentist or their doctor or their internist or their accountant, ask them where do they go to undergrad? Because you don't know, and you'll probably be surprised. The other thing I want to say is Naviance is, in my opinion, hopefully, I'm praying that a better vendor comes in. So we've got to do better than Naviance, and I believe there are better products out there that will allow the interplay that my colleague, Ms. Dixit, was referencing. Also, in terms of the AP IB scores and their correlation to grades, you know, IB schools have to predict grades. AP schools need to be doing the same thing. We need to be looking at correlations. And if we've got kids getting 5s who got C's or B's, that's a problem. And if we've got kids getting A's and they're getting 1s and 2s, we've got a problem. But we need to look at those things. And I had another thought, and it's gone for me. Well, the cohorting, I guess I want to say this about cohorting. My thing, and I'll end with this, is when it comes to building a master schedule, my counselors could give me what I called special requests. If Ryan McElveen was going to take his first AP course, and I was encouraging in that direction, but he was hesitant, one, I'd want to pick the teacher I'd put him with. Two, I'd want to find out if anyone else who maybe he was friendly with or was in his soccer team or in the band who might be trying the same class, I'd put them in together, right? I think we cohort in the room. I do understand the advisory thing, but I don't want to create advisories where these are the smarty pants kids and they get advisory together and things like that. So I get the cohorting and I get the support, but I'd rather provide the support for those kids trying their first one, because some kids need to take the foot off the gas pedal. Oh, the last thing, sorry, senior survey. At Chantilly, we added on to the Naviance questions, and we asked seniors, what would you do differently? 98% of them came back and said, I would have taken a less rigorous course load, because I still would have gotten into the college I got into.
Okay, well, to be continued, but thank you so much for this thorough report. And I enjoyed coming to the meetings until my schedule just couldn't make it happen. But I learned a lot myself about IB, AP, and dual enrollment as a freshman parent. So, which says, again, a lot about how we're informing our parents who are trying to get information. So, so thank you so much. So we'll just take a break to switch, and why don't we start in 5 minutes at 2:30 for our Student Health Advisory Committee. Thank you.
So we're going to get moving here. The Student Health Advisory Committee I served on. I'm going to turn the microphone program over to Keena and Katie to share the report.
Thank you so much. We're so happy to be here. Thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us and other advisory committees like this. Okay, great. Thank you. I'm Keena McAvoy, and this is Dr. Katie Moyer. She's an infectious disease physician, and I worked as a physical therapist in the school system. I'm no longer doing that work now, but so that's the experience that we've brought to this role. Bethany Deemers and Saray Hansen are here with us supporting members of our team, and Carrie Reynolds is in the back also. Thank you. So we're really grateful to our committee. Leah Skirpsky, is our faculty liaison who wasn't able to be here today, and her staff, Debbie, were just so helpful to us. And then Robin, of course, thank you for your support. And then Marcia, Ms. St. John Cunning, you joined us for Dr. Freed's presentation, and that was great to see you there, your interest there, so thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, just to give you guys kind of a layout for our presentation today, we'll start off with the charge for this year and then go into a little bit of the data that supports the recommendations that we've made, and then the proposed charge for next year. This is the purpose of the SHAC committee, which I'm sure you guys are all aware of. And then these are our committee members, and the single star indicates the voting members. So our charge this year was fostering brain health for all, so students, families, and staff countywide. And we really, through our work, kind of landed on two areas, one of them being sleep and how that fosters brain health, and then the other one about technology and how that affects brain health. So for the sleep data, we actually got the data from the Fairfax County Youth Survey. And currently, they only ask sleep of 8th, 10th, and 12th graders, and only 32% of them get the recommended 8+ hours of sleep. So you can see there the CDC recommends for ages 6 to 12, 9 to 12 hours per night, and then ages 13 to 18, 8 to 10 hours per night. Only 52% gets the 6 to 7 hours, and 6% just get 4 hours or less. And so just a third of the FCPS students that filled out this data felt well rested.
And another big piece of data that we accessed this year was we were thrilled to have Dr. Richard Freed. He's a child psychologist and author of the book Better Than Real Life. He's known as an expert on persuasive design in technology, which is basically persuasive design uses neuroscience and psychology to maximally engage and capture attention using incredibly sticky supernormal stimuli that makes the product seem better than real life. Hence the name of his book. And this works, I mean, we know it works on us, it works on kids, this persuasive design. And he really believes it's incumbent upon schools to take science-based actions to protect their students from this kind of design technology. We also had Sapien Labs came and visited us, Dr. Tara Thiagarajan. She's a Stanford-trained neuroscientist. She's the founder of Sapien Labs. And what they have done is gathered the largest database in the world of mind health. And they've been able to use that data to make some really interesting and helpful conclusions about factors that really impact mind health. And they have looked specifically at youth, and they're implementing the Schools for Strong Minds program in different schools where they help to measure and help schools kind of plan interventions to address these changes in mind health that we're seeing. So these next two slides really just give a very general overview of the change in mind health for young people is what we're looking at specifically that we've all been hearing. So this is the U-shaped curve of wellness that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This is typically, you know, in general, up until about 2008, this is what that curve looked like, was this U-shaped. And you see ages 18 to 21, you know, they're doing well. They're feeling good, as well as elderly folks. You know, they're feeling pretty good. Middle-aged, not so much on this U-shaped curve, which is a little depressing. But then the next slide shows, you know, what we're looking at currently, which is that young people are struggling. They're having a hard time, and that's what we're seeing through all sorts of data that shows increased rates of suicide, aggression, depression, and self-harm. So that's just a general overview of that data. So what Sapien Labs has done has really identified some critical changes in the environment that have taken place that they find have impacted mind health and kind of been pivotal factors in these changes. We looked specifically at the techno-cultural environment, which is smartphones, sedentary lives, family relationships, and technology, whether it's personal technology or just technology in general, impacts all of those areas. And these techno-cultural environmental changes are creating tremendous opportunity costs in terms of experiences that adults and kids aren't having that really contributes to having a healthy body and mind. So what Sapien Labs is doing is really looking at those root causes to kind of stop the avalanche of these negative outcomes that kids are experiencing. You know, we don't want to resort to therapy and drugs for kids if we can really identify what the root causes of some of these changes are and address those. So parents are a huge part of this, and I know that you will all understand that and speak to that. And it's critical that schools have a partnership with parents to support them through this and to share information. And they really require leadership, not only at the, kind of central office level, but at the local school level, to kind of acknowledge these challenges that parents are going through and to support them through them.
We'll get into the recommendations now. So the recommendation that we initially start with is talking about why sleep matters and recommendations surrounding that. So inadequate sleep affects emotional regulation, mental health, and cognitive performance. And we see this correlations kind of play out in the FCPS data as well. And so students who sleep less are actually more likely to feel hopeless or depressed. We have some graphs at the end if you want to look at those, are more likely to consider suicide, and are more likely to report frequent stress and anxiety. So the first recommendation we'd like to make is to add 6th grade sleep questions to the youth survey. They are not currently being surveyed with those questions at this time. And I think especially with the consideration of changing middle school start times, it would actually be really helpful to know, are there correlations there to help provide more of that data when potentially other school systems are considering that change as well. And then that's also like another marker that we can continue to follow as we try to incorporate things around sleep within FCPS. The second recommendation is to have some student-led sleep awareness. So engage students to create peer-informed materials. So this can include posters, flyers, videos. There's tons of stuff out there. The American Academy of Sleep Medicine actually has a program called Sleep Recharges You, and it has a ton of resources. So teachers' guides, handouts, activities, quizzes, and you can kind of monitor these things over time. The third recommendation is to educate families. So again, we want to target students, families, as well as staff to kind of promote this culture around sleep hygiene. And so providing families with evidence-based resources, giving them some ideas that can be easily implemented at home, like no screens in the bedroom, consistent bedtimes and wake times. And again, there's a lot of information out there on multiple sources. From different places. One of the examples that we give here is Nemours Kids Health has sleep tips for teens. And there's a lot of data out there and materials out there for different age levels. And then we'd also want to integrate sleep into school culture. So having this, we're not trying to change any curriculums that are out there. We know that currently in the health curriculum, they do talk about sleep, but we think it can be woven into other places like the advisory period, clubs, sports teams, specifically with sports teams talking about adequate sleep as a competitive advantage. It also helps with academic results as well as emotional regulation. And these messages we want to be coming from teachers, coaches, counselors, just have that be part of the culture. And one area we can do this is in March, there's Sleep Awareness Week with the National Sleep Foundation, and this can be kind of a step-off point of normalizing sleep as a pillar of well-being for students, and then focusing on how sleep supports the self-regulation and the other risk factors that we talked about.
Okay, so we did, technology was kind of our other area. We dealt with sleep and technology impacts. So this recommendation 2.0, develop an intentional and age-appropriate technology use framework. Now, I know this is familiar. The two previous SHAC reports have included information on technology as well. But we really want to address, how does FCPS continue to flex, adjust, and support students and families in this changing techno-cultural environment that we talked about? So 2.1, FCPS will provide technology use guidelines for teachers of all grades, emphasizing intentional targeted use. We really weren't focused on educational technology at first, but when we talked about personal devices in school, whether the classroom, hallways, cafeterias, it always came back to, they're going to do the same thing on their laptops. You know, they're going to go on Snapchat, they're going to watch Netflix, they're going to do these things on their laptops too. So, yeah, so we really felt compelled to provide just a couple, basic kind of general guidelines just to keep this in the conversation, because this is a critical piece. We do just want to point out that there continues to be little robust, independent evidence on digital technology's added value to education. I just think that's really important to note. But lots of objective data that continues to demonstrate that learning has its foundations in relationship. And students learn better from print books, by writing on paper, and by interacting face-to-face with peers and with teachers. And just a statistic about in-class distraction, a 2025 EdWeek Research Center survey, 56% of educators surveyed reported that off-task behavior on laptops, school-issued devices, is a major source of distraction. So 2 of our guidelines that we provided in our report is that laptops and iPads should only be available to students when a targeted educational activity and assignment is underway. So that really communicates the message that this is a tool. This is a tool that we use for a very specific purpose, and there can be lots of very useful ways to use technology in the classroom, but it's not a constant companion. It's not something that's always there for distraction or for entertainment. And then the second is that laptops, iPads should not be used as a reward for free time or an indoor recess activity. There's just tremendous opportunity costs that are paid when school-issued technologies are used this way in classrooms. Okay, so recommendation 2.2, FCPS and school staff will use school classroom newsletters to promote and share proven support strategies for school and home use of technology, both school and personal. I observed during the May 8th school board meeting, discussing the cell phone policy, a lot of mention was made of parents' responsibility, and parents have a huge responsibility, and it's a huge challenge. And I think it's just such an opportunity for schools to really communicate with parents and to share resources. There are so many resources available there on the right side. That's just a small list of them. But guidelines like delaying access to smartphones and social media, I've heard some of you speak about those. Using phone alternatives. There are lots of alternatives, stuff that a lot of parents maybe just don't know about, and with more information and support from schools, they can collectively act together to make some of these changes at home, will then just kind of filter into the school environment as well. Okay, recommendation 2.3, FCPS will pilot a peer-led initiative to support and educate students about strategies to minimize harm from tech to adolescent brains. We need to hear from our students about this. This environment that they're living and growing up in is all that they know. So we need to talk with them and really engage with them in conversation and hear their perspective, while we are also supporting them and educating them about what we are hearing from scientists and professionals about the impact that this is having on student brains, on the brains of adolescents as well as adults. We need to engage in those conversations. Recommendation 3.0, create an FCPS division-wide culture of respect for and awareness of brain health. Basically, this is just, overall throughout FCPS messaging, that there's just a message of we value our brains and we understand what keeps them healthy, and we want to support you in doing that. So 3.1, bell-to-bell phone-free school day. We provided a letter, a SHAC position letter to the school board in March this year in support of a bell-to-bell phone-free school day with no exceptions. So we are a health committee who believes that the intent of the Virginia law should have been respected because it is based on the health and wellness of children. Student health and wellness should be a priority. We must address the shifts and adjustments in communication procedure that are necessary to facilitate it. The VDOE guidance that they put out this summer has just so many resources and information about how to shift those communication practices that we are all very used to, that we really do need to shift away from in order to support these kind of changes in the interest of our students' health and wellness. Why phone free? I know me as a personal advocate, you've heard this from me many times, so in interest of time, we're going to skip that one. 3.2, FCPS should remove Common Sense Media digital curriculum and replace with other independent sources. Now, Dr. Freed really helped us understand that curriculum is, quote, financially invested in increasing or maintaining kids' screen time at home and school, which is counter to students' health and academic success. Now, this is a shift. Common Sense Media didn't always kind of have this pro-tech slant, at least in their education division. And a lot of it is because Common Sense Media is now funded by Meta, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, EdTech funders, the Gates Foundation. It's very pro-tech. These are folks that are, they have incentives to keep kids on social media and using their products. There are arms of Common Sense Media, like their research arm, that is still, we still have used common sense media research to support some of our work because it's like different messaging. The education arm is kind of, pro social media, but then the research side is giving very real data about the harms to children, so it just doesn't match up. But this curriculum is not sending the right message to students or families. I do want you to take a look at this. This is usage data from the FCPS Digital Citizenship website. This is an FCPS-produced website, and it's expansive. There's tons of resources. Many of it does link to Common Sense Media. A lot of it does kind of treat the idea of social media and our young people as inevitable. It doesn't ever speak about the option to delay or the option to, forego or not be accessing it. It talks about it communicates kind of an inevitability. So the content in many places on this website doesn't match what we currently know about technology and the impacts on young brains. If you will look, this is September 1st to December 14th, 473 times the homepage was accessed, and you can see very few went past that homepage. And again, this is 473, in a division with over 180,000 students. I'll just point out that the Digital Citizenship Families site or page was only accessed 18 times. The Digital Citizenship and Teachers page was only accessed 1 time, and Digital Citizenship Students page was accessed 24 times. 3.3, incorporate social emotional learning programming and morning meeting responsive advisory with Fidelity, promoting equitable access. Now, Bethany Demers is on our committee, and for a couple meetings, she really shared with us a lot of great information about all of the mental health supports that FCPS provides in the social emotional learning programming. One thing that we really focused on is that the responsive advisory period or programming in middle and high schools is only implemented with Fidelity in less than 50% of schools, which is very unsettling. I absolutely, as a parent, experienced that myself with all 3 of my children, for sure. So that's a big concern. This is one of the only mandatory practices for the social and emotional learning are these periods of time, and when they're not being implemented, that's a problem. Recommendation is that schools should ensure that all students have equitable access to SEL practices. Bethany showed us, or told us that schools that have a social emotional learning wellness goal are those schools that tend to be more likely to have a well-implemented responsive advisory period, and only 39 out of 172 schools currently do. These periods of time are optimal times to share with students the importance of sleep, to talk about sleep habits, to talk about technology, and we need to be sure that they're being utilized. 3.4, distribute messaging that supports foundational concepts of brain health regarding sleep and technology. This is one of the last slides, but it's really so important, such an important piece. It's that through line of messaging through communications in FCPS. Social media should not be used for FCPS communications is our recommendation. That is also in the VDOE guidance that came out last summer. That's a tough one, but that's social media is a place where we know is harmful for kids, and it's utilized by lots of different pieces of FCPS. Encourage light speed for families. Engage with speakers regarding technology best practices for parents. There's so much information out there to be sharing. And this brain health messaging about sleep and technology can just be interwoven, be a familiar refrain to be heard in existing FCPS structures like back to school night, open house, fall festivals. The Family Resource Center has amazing resources that I just don't feel like are being aggressively promoted the way that they should be. I think that people, it's so hard when you find a seminar that the Family Resource Center put out, and it's only been accessed maybe 150 times, in the last 5 years. That's wonderful resources that we need to promote. And then promote family involvement and engagement in school wellness committees. So I know that this is what we're all saying we need is parental involvement, and they can do that with support. And then our last slide here is just talking about some additions to the wellness and student experience surveys that just gives us more information about the fidelity of implementation of school cell phone policies, as well as the student experience with technology in their education. And this last slide is just, it's a nice summary. I'm not going to read it to you, but it's from Sapien Labs. They just had a piece, a segment in the United Nations Developmental Program, Human Development Report, but it speaks to all of the things that we are talking about today. It talks about sleep, and it talks about technology, and it talks about the shift from in-person to digital interaction seems to have delayed social and emotional development, increasing feelings of isolation, leading to that kind of hockey stick graph we're seeing for students.
The last slide is our charge for next year. We really felt like we just kind of scratched the surface with this, so it's really a continuation, concentrating on sleep hygiene awareness as well as use of technologies, and taking the FCPS data and trying to help that guide our recommendations again for next year.
All right, thank you for that. So we are to questions, and I'll start with Ms. Marin.
Oh boy. So I don't know if you heard the previous two presentations, but so much of this threads that same needle of communications, consistency, clarity. I've given, examples of screenshots of all sorts of different communications I've received as a parent via Let's Talk, email, social media. It's way too much, and it waters down everything. The things I've been thinking about as listening to you and knowing what you've been working on is, board members and superintendent, I'm wondering a few things. One, and governance is trucking through our policies, but let's review our digital access. Let's really take a look at that and see what it allows for. Also in the SR&R, I'm hard pressed to think why we wouldn't include as part of the SR&R reading and saying you've done it is a link to the digital citizenship. I mean, at worst, we'll have maybe 60,000 people clicking it. Hopefully some will absorb it, but this is not even 400 people, 473. So, that's the SR&R and community use. When I experienced it myself as a parent, when your kid has a practice at 8 o'clock at night, in their fifth grade, well, and I've talked to, I've asked Mr. Muick about this, can the younger grades get priority for that late time scheduling? And I know a ton of really great work has been done in community use to make it, more effective and fewer cancellations, but I'm trying to think about, I sleep for myself. I support later school times, more sleep, or later school times for our earliest times, but we can't do it right now because it's a lot of money, right? So these are the things I'm thinking, well, what can we do? Can we prevent school activities going late at night? Can we prioritize our middle school students that not having 9 o'clock practices, knowing they're gonna be right back in the building, That's something I think that we could do. We could direct the superintendent do it, or we could talk about it here. I think community use is a place, and even are we training, are people who are using our properties, are they required to go through any kind of training that says, hey, this is best practice not to keep your kids here till 10, 11 o'clock at night? So I think the implementation of the social emotional learning with Fidelity, just like the superintendent provides the review of how much professional development has done, I think that could be part of that data dashboard that the superintendent has talked about. We can focus on that because she's shown us that focusing on the frequency of the PD, we're getting up to those high percentages. Okay, social media. I've said this before. Our students in their student groups, in their school hosted groups, have social media accounts on Instagram and social media and all these. Seems to be no thoughtful way of giving guidance or process to anything. And just the last thing I'll say is, I feel like for me, in the last few weeks, a lot of stuff has come to this nexus of we've really got to look at our kids as humans who are in this world where a lot of stuff's against them, and what are we really going to do to help them get through it and thrive? And it's this kind of stuff that we've got to address. So maybe I'll say more later, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. Mr. McElveen.
Great. Well, thank you for the presentation, and thanks, Keena, for your service as my appointee. I'm grateful for your leadership. So, I think just from a historical context, SHAC has really been a tremendous leader in this system, pushing for much-needed reforms, and I think you've continued to do that this year, particularly in the tech and sleep space. It's very clear from your presentation that you had a kind of a policy advocacy slant when it came to the technology piece, right? But I didn't see that with the sleep piece. So can you tell me a little bit about where your committee came down on the sleep policy change and what those discussions entailed?
I mean, I think for sleep, that's hard to control at the school level, other than what she just mentioned with having them not practice late. So again, I think we really focused on the educational piece around that, focusing on the students, teachers, and the home life.
I'm
for
referring
that.
to the start time change.
Oh, the start time change? Yeah. Well, we knew that was probably not our lane to go into to make the recommendations there. I think that we did have discussions around start time. I would say we had more of the discussions last year than this year, and we would definitely support a later start time for middle school. If you think that's helpful to have a letter of support from our group, we're happy to do that. We do know that there's budget constrictions and stuff like that, though. So, but it is something that we discussed.
That's
Yeah.
helpful because
Yeah.
I will say, it was through the leadership of Phyllis Payne, Sandy Evans, through SHAC that got us in 2013, 2014 to the start time change. And I think a lot of it wouldn't have come if it weren't for SHAC's leadership. So I do think SHAC has a role in helping us make better policy. So I, for one, would be grateful to see just your formulation of views on that start time change.
That's helpful to know, I think, for next year's charge too, and especially what I was reading regarding that is they were going to try to do that parallel with the boundary changes for next year. At least that's what I read from the February meeting. So.
Right, and that's the policy decision for the school board that I disagree with, but
okay.
that's up to us.
Sorry to bring it up.
No, you're okay. I appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dixit?
Thank you for the presentation, and you bring a lot of, I guess, background knowledge in this area, both of you and the committee. I just feel this is really important for parents to be in this conversation because this sleep, like we were just talking about it, it is not up to the school to make sure the students get the 6, 7 hours or 8 hours sleep. As a parent, you can do that, a better job at that. My son did high school sports, and he was in wrestling at one year at Robinson. He would come home 10 p.m. after practice and be so tired and doing IB program, then had to do his homework. And then he would go to sleep perhaps by midnight, and because he had to get up by 5 or 6, whatever, right? So there's sometimes it's not the technology or these cell phones which is causing students to sleep less. I wanted to ask, in our survey, did we ask this question, why they're sleeping less? I know they are sleeping less, but why? They do.
No, I don't remember
think
that
we
being
have that.
a question that was asked, no.
Okay. I know that you're continuing this work in the next year, I guess, this charge. So I guess in the survey in our schools, we can ask that question because I'm really curious to find out what the students say about them. Are we playing games at night with their friends, or are they doing homework? Because they have 7 APs. Because my son had 7, 8 APs. I knew like he had 2 work study at night to do all his work, coursework. And they need a little downtime too. So I understand that, teenagers have other needs. They need to sleep more, but they also want to, associate with their friends more than now they're with their parents. They have their own cohort of, I guess, peer friends who they talk more with. So I just thought that is one of the point I wanted to make is that it is not only because of screen time or anything like that. The other point I was going to say is that the mind health age in 2024, I kind of agree with that, where we are at this point, but I pretty much feel that we all are in red right now. It is just a very turbulent time, and we're going through in this country and this last few years. And I would just say that giving that time, I feel like we have to give everybody a grace. It's not just the young ones. We all are going through that, where our mental health or mind health is not up to the par. But so, lastly, on page 34, I saw something. I'm sorry, this is a long presentation.
I know.
So what are you proposed charge for FY 2025, 2026? How that's going to be different than what you're presenting now? What is?
Well, I think for next year, so we just talked a lot about kind of personal technology and kind of the phone piece and helping, supporting parents through kind of making changes at home that can kind of filter then into the school space as well. I think next year the focus will be more so on the educational technology, more kind of in the classroom piece. There's just continuing evidence, becoming available about ed tech. There's lots of lawsuits that have come up just in the last probably 6 months, against ed tech companies. There's just lots happening in this space, so I think that's a shift we'll see.
So how do you perhaps see that this world is going toward digital, the jobs and the use of social media and in jobs too, and AI and just pretty much every job will require that. If our students don't get that access in high school, how do you think they'll be prepared for their next generation? Because not everybody is going to college. Even if college, they'll need the technology. So if we don't give them that tools and items to kind of study, how would they perform in their next path in their career?
Right, yeah, thank you for that question. And that's a common concern, is that we all want students to be prepared for the future, for sure. I think that employers are telling us that, their new hires, new college graduates that are coming in, they're finding that they're having trouble communicating, they're having trouble collaborating, in person. They have the tech skills, which, again, because of persuasive design, a lot of technology, unless you have a very specified field and go into that specific education, it's pretty easy to get a hold of. Like, social media is not hard to grasp because they make it easy for you. But what employers are seeing more so now is that kids are missing those kind of foundational, like, human skills, and a lot of them don't know how to type. So like a basic technology, basic technology skill, like, that's an important thing to teach students, is to how to type.
Okay.
So there's, interesting perspectives, I think, with employers in terms of the preparation of our newest workers, and doesn't necessarily rely on more technology in schools. I will say I have one friend, she's a Georgetown professor, but she allows no technology in her classroom at all. And more colleges are doing that too. They know it's incredibly distracting, and the kid comes in with a notebook and a pen.
I can understand in literacy and other things it can happen. You can do that. But if it's an actual technology course, if it's a cybersecurity class or if it's an AI class, you are working on the technology, and that's what you're doing in high school. And I think with the whole addition of new courses like data science and AI and other curriculums we have, I don't see there any other way to learn technology but by using that technology, right? So I think it has to be balanced, like you said, that they need to be having that eye contact, how to talk to people. Those things, I think, has to be incorporated more as we go forward with this generation.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dixit. Ms. Anderson.
I want to pick up just a little bit, and I'm going to dig into the report that you guys are quoting here related to technology use. I was in the college classroom for almost 15 years, and it was a number of years ago at this point, and my focus in academia was computers and writing, and thinking specifically about how computers have actually changed the way we write. And the way that has actually occurred is that it's created a whole avenue to allow people who wouldn't necessarily have been able to be in the workforce in the same position, because they are out now able to use technology to support the work that they're doing. And so I desperately can't say enough that while I totally understand the importance of making sure that there's a healthy balance, I think that statements saying that digital education has no place in our classroom is absolutely dangerous. Because we had a meeting this week talking about Lighthouse Schools and about the fact that if our kids don't actually understand the technology that's out there, while they may not be excelling in all aspects, at least they're coming in with a framework where they're not afraid, where I deal with folks that are maybe of an older generation at this point that they just can't interact with the technology at all, and it actually impedes their ability to do the work. So I know that you and I are not in alignment on much of this, but I will say that I do agree that we need to pay attention about why kids feel like helpless and and much of the research that I'm seeing come out actually talks about the monitoring of children. Is that when we were growing up, our parents would kick us out of the house at 8 o'clock in the morning and we would come back at 5:30 at night and they had no idea where we were. And what's actually the reason that kids are moving to technology is it's the last frontier that they are not monitored at every minute of their activity. And so I think that is an important aspect, and when we are encouraging that continued monitoring of everything, I think that's one of the reasons why I am in support of giving older students the opportunity to try these things out in a school environment that is meant to simulate what they're going to have to do in the future. And so that, again, I will continue to support the opportunity for our oldest learners to be able to have that minimized access. But I also want to take the opportunity to talk about, we were on the forefront of ensuring that younger kids don't have their cell phones in school. We started the bell to bell for K through 8. And so we have been on the forefront, and now we are limiting only access during lunch. And so I feel like the work that needs to be done at this point is enforcing that policy in every way possible. That means our teachers need to be modeling that behavior in front of their students. It means administrators need to be modeling that behavior as much as possible. I mean, that's the work that I think would be the most helpful at this moment.
Thank you. Mr. McDaniel.
I swear I did not set up my 5-year-old to run in with the iPad during this conversation. I did not plan that. I promise. And when I pick her and her sister, younger sister, up from preschool, we pull into the house, and it's always, "Daddy, I want to watch cartoons." And I'll say, "That's nice. Go play. Just go outside, go play. Go play, and then once you're tired and sweaty and hot, then maybe we can talk about something else." But I guess my question is, and I do have another slight confession. I've been using AI a lot recently to include, sitting in this meeting, uploading hundreds of pages of all the reports that we're reviewing today and using it to flesh out key themes and findings. And if I'll see something, I'll ask it to elaborate on topics. The point being, technology is not our enemy. It's not. It can be, I guess, but it's all about the governance and how we integrate it in the day-to-day in not only K-12, but in every aspect of our lives. So I guess my question that did not come from the robot, when we're talking about the concerns of educational technology, if you had to kind of rank maybe the top 2 concerns, are we talking, the physical device, access to physical device? Are we talking using the device? When I was growing up as a kid watching Scooby-Doo, my grandparents always yell at me, "You're going to go blind sitting that close to the TV." I remember carpal tunnel for the people that are typing all day. That was a big concern when computers were really integrated into day-to-day work. My dad, who's of a certain age, recently went to the doctor, and he was having some neck pains. And the doctor said, "We're seeing a lot of people your age with these same neck pains because what are we doing all the time? We're doing this all the time." So there's the physical aspect of the technology. Are we talking looking at the screens? Because my wife bought these glasses which she puts on to look at the screens at night for the blue light. Are we talking the dangers of the technology being used for bad purposes? Are we talking, let's take AI, for example, that it will degrade our analytical and our writing skills? When we talk about the negativity of technology, I'm having a hard time, not just with these reports, but in general, kind of fleshing through all of the possible bad things. And I think that there's probably a tendency, and I do it too, to focus on the bad and not think, okay, well, everything has some bad components. How do we get to the positive impacts? So it's kind of an open-ended question, but I'll leave it at that. I do agree with some of what Ms. Anderson said, specifically on the cell phones. All we are doing, the conversation was, never mind. That's enough. I've rambled too much. But that's just an open-ended question, and I'll leave it at that. I don't need to go back.
Thank you for that. And I think that we probably should have had a slide that said we are not anti-tech, because we are not, for sure. And when we talked about the educational technology recommendations, part of the recommendation is that we want the message to be delivered that this is a tool. It's a very powerful tool that's used for very specific purposes in our classroom. It's not, again, that constant companion. So I think that's our message, and one of the primary concerns I think that we have. And also the distraction piece is huge. Kids are watching Netflix in class, they're shopping in class, they're doing lots of things in class, and there is light speed, and some parents do use it. I'm hoping that it will, in fact, become an opt-out where, parents are automatically signed up and they need to opt out to not receive the updates from Lightspeed. But I've also had parents share that they've been receiving Lightspeed reports, and all of a sudden there's nothing on the Lightspeed report because the kid has figured out, they're very crafty, they're very smart, and they've figured out how to get around that tool. So I guess to answer your question, like what do we think are the biggest issues is the distraction piece, and also the opportunity costs in terms of, is the class ends and the teacher's allowing the student to be on their laptop during their free time when maybe they would have been, reading a paper book, or they would have been talking to a classmate, or they would have, been doing something else that's not an algorithmically mediated experience. So, when you were a child and you're watching Scooby-Doo, you're watching one show, Scooby-Doo. But when a kid is, accessing the internet, it takes them to all sorts of places. That's not a teenage brain that is making decisions about what they're paying attention to and who they're paying attention to. That technology is making those decisions for them. Because that's how it's designed to keep them engaged and hooked.
I guarantee you she's probably watching Russian cartoons right now, so I get it.
Yeah.
Ms. St. John Cunning.
So actually, to piggyback, and I really appreciate the meeting I went to, and I would like for you to elaborate, because where you talk about removing common sense media, digital curriculum, and replace with other independent sources, do you have suggestions of those sources, and could you just explain a little bit about that curriculum? Because that was really eye-opening to me at that presentation. And so we're using a curriculum that is being funded by Meta that purposely is trying to get kids addicted, then what are the other sources that we could use?
Right, and that's a great question. One thing I think that will make a difference, and my understanding is that kids receive like one digital citizenship lesson a year. That's what's mandated. I think some schools probably provide more, but I think our position is, that is not enough. It needs to be a constant kind of culture of, this is how we, use our technological tools, and this is how we respect your brains, and this is just how things work in our schools. This is a book called Kids, Brains, and Screens. It's a curriculum by Screen Strong. This is just an example of some of the products that are being, created and distributed now, and it talks all about, it talks about dopamine, and I think this is for late elementary, middle school students, but talks about brains and the brain science and how your brain works, and about social media and all those pieces that we really need kids to help them understand. So that is one example. But again, I think that kind of through line of communication, at back to school night and the fall festivals, and that it can kind of increase actually the access to this information if it's a messaging that is just, consistent with all sorts of areas in our school day.
Thank you. I think as many sources that you can provide to us as options would be helpful for us to look at. And as you were discussing, it's a tool. It's a double-edged tool. It can be helpful and it can also hurt. And I think that's the difficult thing, because, your other recommendation was that the school system not use digital media to put out information, and I know that that's one thing that our parents and our families rely on. And I just don't know what the alternative would be.
I'm just looking at my notes from when that speaker came.
Okay.
There was something called Screen Strong.
Yeah, that's
That was a
this.
recommended curriculum?
That's this, yep, yeah. I'm sorry.
So one of your recommendations was that the division not use
Social media.
social
Yeah.
media to communicate things. And I just know that, like, our schools use it, they use the different platforms to highlight what the kids are doing or to
Right.
get communication out to parents. Again, it's a tool, and it could be very positive, and it can also, be very dangerous. So what would be the alternative? I guess is more than anything is my question.
Right, and I mean, that's a very good question. That's a tricky one. Like, people do absolutely, parents, rely on social media, but I think it's kind of reimagining what some of this needs to look like, and maybe, returning to old, more traditional methods. I don't have the perfect answer. I do know that, again, in that VDOE guidance that came out in the summer, there's, I think, the majority, actually, of the pages of that document is on communication and what schools can do and shifts that they can make. This was, in reference to a bell-to-bell policy, but also spoke about, not using social media. So yeah, it's a big change, and that's why this is such a collective action problem, that only when we all, kind of work together and support each other through it, can we create some change. Also, small changes make a big difference. If student groups were to stop using social media, that's a big change. That would be great, a great step in the right direction. Are there still some pieces of FCPS that are using social media? Okay, but are, these few student groups stopping? Yes, that's an impact. That's, it's like small baby steps.
The piece that I'm struggling with is that I know that some of the things we've discussed with our committees is that there is so much that we offer that people don't know about, and that this is the way people do get to know about it. So when the theater group at Edison puts out a clip about what's going on, then it's going to inspire other kids to join that. When the lacrosse team so that's the piece that I'm struggling with, that there are so many things that we offer. How do we get it? And this is actually a great tool where it's not, it's more active and interactive, where people are actually seeing what it is versus reading it. And this brings life to some of that programming, and the students, are out there saying, we're doing this, and that excites people. And I guess that's the balance that is very difficult because of the world that we live in, and yet the harms, and again, that meeting was very powerful. I can see that. So I think for us to find that balance is what's going to be difficult.
Thank you. I'm going to take a quick turn. My first question is, the FCPS Youth Survey, do we write that in-house?
Bethany, yeah, I'll defer to Bethany, please, yeah.
It's a large team. Sorry. It's a team from agencies across the county who collaborate, and it includes the health department, law enforcement, the school division, domestic and sexual violence services, on and on and on.
So adding questions about sleep to sixth grade should be doable.
We may have already done that for the next year's survey.
If I could. It's definitely doable. We're in the process of revision right now, and that's on our revision list, just to add those questions.
So along with the question my colleague asked about why kids are not sleeping, can we add why questions? Because I'm in agreement watching my 3 girls go through. They were, from theater to cheerleading practice to grabbing dinner on the run. It was not other things. It was just their schedule.
I think it's definitely something that the committee can consider as they're revising the survey. One of the things to keep in mind is that the youth survey is modeled after other national surveys. So sometimes there are challenges in creating our own questions. but we
Yeah,
can look into that.
I understand that. I understand that.
Could I just add also, it might be a place for, the student experience survey might be a place for those kind of questions about, the reasons.
Sure.
When a kid's going to sleep late, what are those reasons? Yeah.
So given schedules, and I was a varsity athlete who got the 8 to 10 time slot for basketball at one point, and it rotates through. Talk to me about research on napping. Is that, because I know that I could pound 2 hours after school, get up, do work, go to practice 8 to 10, and if you totaled my hours, but what is the research on napping?
I don't think we reviewed the research on napping. I do know that shorter naps, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, are better for you than like 2 hours. That would not be good to like do the catch-up time with that, so.
So I should do 20 minutes?
Oh, yeah. Sprinkled throughout the day.
We'll just be doing
Perfect.
recess in the middle of our board meetings from now on. No, I do think it's interesting because even as an employee, I had so many night programs at Chantilly that I would get home and I had to crash, or I wasn't going to be able to do supervision till 11 o'clock at night. The other thing was you're talking about the social emotional learning and doing it with Fidelity. I just want to reiterate the fact that it's not being done with Fidelity. And I personally hold the principal of a building accountable because they need to hold their assistant principals accountable who hold their teachers accountable. And I also, in defense of teachers, it's not fair to expect something done with Fidelity if they get a lesson, it rolls in their inbox 7 p.m. before the SLE lesson the next morning. So this is a multi-layered thing. But I think the number one thing is just sort of this, we've talked about it, stories matter, relationships matter. In my opinion, if you're a classroom teacher and you chose this profession, then you should care about, all the kids, right? You should care about growing and spending time with them. And so I think that we need to work, if we've got attitude issues with some of our folks, that there needs to be direct intervention and learning around that, because normally they're all skilled enough to deliver a lesson if it comes in last minute, but some of them just like push play and sit at their desk and work. Like these things have to stop. And the other things we're using advisory for, we're talking about maybe pushing out executive functioning, lessons. It's an advisory period that's powerful if it's just like bell-to-bell instruction, right? If we're not using it bell-to-bell, then we're wasting the opportunity to enhance our students' skill set outside of traditional learning. So I just appreciate that recommendation. And I'll do a go back now to Ms. Marin.
Thanks. So I've been trying to, formulate and theme as I tend to do. And, Kyle, it's funny, I think of you and your 5-year-old. My daughter did not see TV for the first 3 years she was alive. And then my second was born, and that was the end of that era. Right? Things change. Things change. And now my 12-year-old has a phone, and he's got 30 minutes a day, but because he likes to bike around town with his friends and he sends me a little request, but it's fatiguing. And so no judgment, because we're trying to all do everything we can, and it's a lot on parents. So, and I guess that leads me to the bigger idea is like, I think it was even, someone said at a graduation, these students know the developing technology faster than anybody else. We can't deny that because the force of it is bigger than anything. The students are also facing other forces that we, even, our age didn't face, the global climate crisis that weighs on a lot of them. The political unrest that perhaps some students had seen, as far back as the 60s, but now, there's just so much more. And so, I just wonder how we could be flexible, because I agree I'm not going to say no technology in the classroom. There's a place for it. But as Dr. Rita said, when the instruction is engaging, they won't be swayed by technology that should take them off their, they won't be shopping and doing whatnot. So I kind of feel like it's like what sugar is. Like added sugar is not good. And yet how many of us have it, right? A little bit in moderation, but we're not going to have it all day long. what we can do in the school day is teach our kids, communicate to our families, and limit access, or thoughtfully, I would say thoughtfully provide access. And that again goes back to like what our processes and policies are allowing for, and implementation. On a side note concerning health, I will say like candy, the amount of candy that I see given out in schools, elementary schools as rewards, and enforcement of the no food for birthdays rule, I mean, that's another one I'd love to see dealt with like we did with the cell phones. Because we can't offer these wonderful, nutritious meals and then allow bags of candy or a candy salad. Oh, such an oxymoron. So while we're talking about health, so again, that's a theme, right? Are we consistently implementing our policies, or do our policies need to be updated and then better implemented? Thank you.
All right, in the interest of time, Mr. Moon has not had a turn, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Moon.
Just a quick question or request for advice. As a school board member, how do I avoid screen time when there are so many emails coming in?
You're fortunate because you have a fully developed prefrontal cortex. So that's a big help. So in terms of like planning and making.
You sure about that?
I mean, I don't know you very well, but I assume. Yeah, so that's a definite advantage for you as an adult. But it's very, I mean, we feel that ourselves, right? Like we all have to be very intentional. Like when I'm just at home working on this report, I need to put my phone over here. You know, I know that I need to do that, and I can do that because I'm an adult and I can, sometimes, most of the time, make those choices.
What about
So it has to be
what
very
about when superintendent sends us all the reports and materials through emails and?
It's a lot.
Okay, thank you. So I miss those days when I first began my service on the board, when things came through mayors, actual snail mayors. It took, you could give yourself a week to respond, and then you could wait another 10 days before something else came back.
Yeah. I mean, we're
Technology is not really helping our quality of life to a certain extent. At the same time, I mean,
we're giggling about it now, but it's very real. It's not just
It is.
for children. It's kind of a critical piece when the
because my colleague talked about neck pain. I thought he was talking about me. Thank you.
So before we conclude this, I do want to go back to the last report and make a correction to my comments regarding registration in colleges and credit accrual. With the use of technology, I have been in communication with some of my students at their institutions that they are often submitting their preferred courses, and the computer then generates something that's sent out at the same time by whether you're a sophomore, freshman, senior, and then you can interact to make a change. And other schools are, if you're at this certain level, like you're a sophomore, it opens up for all of them, but they are randomly assigned at a time, so it's not necessarily by credit accrual. So technology has changed maybe how they used to do that. So I just wanted to correct that on the record. So thank you for the report, and thank you for your hard work, and hopefully, people will get their 8 hours of sleep most nights moving forward. But no, it's great work. Thank you.
I, again, was not the liaison for this particular committee, but I have recently done a ton of work related to Title I, and I'm super excited to hear what you guys have to say. So lead us off.
Can I start? Okay, just making sure. Okay, thank you so much, members of the board, for having us today. My name is Maria Worthen. I'm the chair of the Title I Parent Advisory Committee. And I am joined today by our incoming vice chair, Jessica Strelis, and our Title I staff. liaison Courtney White. I just want to take a minute before I start to recognize Courtney, because we just learned that she will no longer be in that staff support role. Dogwood Elementary is very lucky to be getting her as their newest AP. And we on Title I Parent Advisory Committee are very sad to be losing her competent, expert, detail-oriented support. So she's a true gem. Just want to take a minute to thank you, Courtney, publicly. You have made being on TPAC and then moving into the chair position this year just so easy. So selfishly, I'm worried about how much more work I will have to do when you're gone. But thank you, truly. Okay, so with that, we'll get into our slides. I'll do it while I'm talking. Yeah. So I assume that everybody on the board is aware of what Title I is. There is a brief overview in your slides. But the sort of short of this is Title I provides targeted funding to make more equitable opportunities available to schools serving our highest populations of disadvantaged students. And during the current school year, there were 44 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and for the first time, 2 high schools identified as Title I in FCPS. And so we were also joined on our committee by high school liaisons for the first time. And I understand that next year we will be increasing by 1 elementary school in the total count. And this serves a total of Title I schools serve a total of 34,908 students in FCPS. Title I grant funding supports schools again, this is on a school-wide basis so that everybody at the school that is identified based on poverty data gets these additional supports, intervention and enrichment, high-quality instructional materials, professional development, family engagement opportunities, and supplemental staffing. The Title I Parent Advisory Committee does fulfill a federal mandate that we do have meaningful parent engagement, family engagement in the implementation of Title I. And I would say that in FCPS, it is done in a truly meaningful way. This is not a check the box. We had a meeting, we had a town hall. We said that we consulted with parents. This is a true partnership between parents and staff. And we also have teachers who are members of TPAC as well. And we learn a lot from each other. And each year we set a learning agenda. What do we want to learn about related to our charge? And our recommendations come out of that learning journey. Myself, I am the parent of a a rising 4th grader at Beech Tree Elementary School. I'm coming at this as having a kid who is still an emerging reader. He has an IEP. He's also twice exceptional. He gets pulled out for level 3 AAP services. He's also a former multilingual learner. So we've benefited personally as our family from a lot of the additional supports that are provided to Title I schools. And I also just appreciate in my own community that the level of engagement and support that it affords. So each Title I school is represented by a parent. I believe your packets contain a list of the parent representatives, so you can see who from the schools you represent was in attendance at our meetings this year. And then our executive board has 5 members who meet every other month to plan for our general committee meetings, and that group includes a teacher liaison. And so, like I said, it's truly a partnership and a learning partnership. And our agenda is very much shaped by the voices of our members. Our charge for 24-25 was to champion literacy by reviewing the implementation of the Science of Reading curriculum in Title I schools. And we took on this charge holistically, not just looking at the instruction, but also what are the supports that we need for that instruction to happen equitably to ensure that students are ready to learn. So we had 5 meetings this year. The last one was sort of, our elections and our report. But the other 4 meetings included a Title I grant overview. We do this every year with Courtney White providing an incredible overview of the Title I grant program and how it's implemented in FCPS. We had a meeting about family school partnerships. So we had the director of the Family School Partnerships Office, and we had 2 family liaisons come to learn about what they do. I think that meeting in particular was very, very well received, and I think everyone came out of it appreciating the role that family liaisons play, and just really feeling like that's an important role that we need to promote and support. And then our last 2 meetings were on the implementation of that equitable access to literacy plan. And so we learned about where we are, we looked at some data, and we learned about some of the supplemental resources that are helping particular schools make even better strides. So with that, we are very pleased to share our recommendations with the board. We have 3 main recommendations, but each recommendation does have some sub-recommendations. Our first recommendation is related to our central charge of the equitable access to reading. So first of all, I'll say that we got to see on the executive board level a lot of new data that has come thanks to the implementation of this plan. We now have data for kindergarten through 1st grade that was not available before through the VALs, and we also have iReady data now up through 8th grade. So first, we really just applaud FCPS for making that data available. I think that there's a lot of power in the data and just seeing what we have to work with. That said, we were very, very concerned by what the data show us. And in particular, how some of our most disadvantaged subgroups continue to have really, really concerning gaps in grade level proficiency. So the biggest gaps overall are with our Hispanic and special education populations of the data that we saw. And those gaps, I think even more alarming, is as you go up in grade levels, those gaps grow significantly. So by the time students are getting to high school, we have a shocking number of students who have IEPs or who are from a historically marginalized group that are not reading on grade level. So with that in mind, our first recommendation is to maintain rigorous focus on closing reading achievement gaps in Title I schools. And we were encouraged to see the work that's been done already and the progress that's been made in getting staff trained and rolling out the basal curriculum and the supplemental. And we just want to encourage that now that we have access to more of this data, that we really pay attention to that data and make sure that our Title I schools in particular are ensuring that the supports flow to those students. So we have 3 sub-recommendations under this. So the first is around professional development. We want to make sure that every staff member, every instructional staff member at Title I schools is getting trained in the science of reading, not just literacy specialists, but across general, multilingual, and special education, and special subjects even. Anyone who is interacting with students in an instructional manner understands the science of reading. And as we know, that training is less successful without that ongoing job-embedded coaching to ensure that implementation is successful. Recommendation 1B under closing our reading achievement gaps is ensuring equitable access to supplemental literacy resources for all students, prioritizing the faithful and intentional implementation of those. So there were a few supplemental resources that we learned about in depth as a committee. So we had principals from 2 different Title I schools come and tell us about how they are leveraging Lexia, as well as a program that was new to us called ECRI, which is stands for, wait, I wrote it down and now I can't see it. It is Enhanced Core Reading Instruction. And I believe that was at Center Ridge we learned about, no, London Town? Pine Spring, okay. Pine Spring. And their data had a markedly better growth from fall to winter in the data than other schools that weren't doing ECRI. And so we want to make sure that all of our schools, and in particular prioritizing Title I schools, have access to ECRI, which is something that is very complementary to the Basel and the Orton-Gillingham instructional methods that teachers have already learned. It just puts a little more, I think, direct instruction into the hands of teachers, more tools. So we just want to make sure that, again, Title I funds are targeted to making these reading instruction as effective as possible. All right, and then 1C, our third recommendation under equitable access to literacy is expanding learning opportunities. So we learned that there are some programs that are getting more literacy instruction to students during breaks, tutoring after school, or over the summer. But that reach is very limited, and there are a lot of students that could benefit from those things that are not having that opportunity. So we want to make sure that anything we can do to help students maintain and accelerate their learning over breaks, so that they're not starting the next year, or that, you know, when they come back from breaks even further behind, is done. And of course, we want to prioritize students from those highest risk populations and make sure parents know about it. And we have another recommendation coming up on communication, because we know this is, as the prior report was discussed at length, this is definitely a challenge for everybody. Okay, our second of 3 recommendations is around reaffirming our commitment to the core equity imperative of Title I. If you look at the language in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, it specifically talks about equity and needing to target resources at disadvantaged students to increase their achievement. And so Title I is about equity at its core, and we want to reaffirm that. So to that end, we want to make sure that students who may have barriers to being ready to learn they and their families are receiving the supports that schools are able to provide that will enable them to be ready to learn. And we have 2 sub-recommendations here. So one is around staffing. So we want to make sure that we are prioritizing equitable staffing in all Title I schools based on school quality ratios, as well as nationally recommended ratios. And through Title I, provide supplemental social workers, counselors, psychologists, and other qualified personnel to ensure full-time support for student wellness. I know a lot of schools have, part-time social workers and psychologists, and they simply don't have the bandwidth to provide that social emotional support that is needed throughout every day. Again, going back to that really enriching learning we had from the family school partnerships office, we're very convinced of the need for full-time family liaisons at every Title I school. That's a really important link, especially to families who may not have a history of completing formal education themselves, to just be able to navigate school for their children. They don't know what they don't know, and family liaisons can really help with that. And then the second part of this recommendation around improving equity is adopting evidence-based practices and curriculum and interventions to foster students' social emotional learning, with a strong emphasis on providing professional development for all staff to maximize their effectiveness. So I think I heard this also in the previous report. If teachers are not given the training to actually implement those social emotional learning curricula that they are being required to do, if they themselves haven't internalized those skills, it's hard to make that meaningful for students. So we need to invest that time. And again, having those staff like social workers and psychologists and counselors in the building to be able to help guide the instructional staff on the implementation of those things is really critical. So those are the first two recommendations, and I'm now going to turn it over to Jessica Strelitz to talk about our third recommendation.
Very much. My name again is Jessica Strelitz. I have been on the TPAC for the last 3 years, I think 4 years. And I have a rising 5th grader at Belvedere Elementary, and I have a rising 7th grader at Glasgow, so I get to experience Title I in Mason District at 2 different levels, which has been an unbelievable part of our educational journey so far. So we'd like to talk a little bit about meaningful engagement. And this is something that, again, as Maria just said, you are hearing over and over from these reports. I swear we did not collude with anyone on these other reports. These are just all things that you're truly hearing from the caregivers, the parents, the community members who make up these committees. And we hear it at an X level because our committee is so large. It's, I believe, the largest committee of its kind that's out there with the ability to have over 100 people potentially engaged in this type of peer-to-peer learning. So, it's the fact that we have an entire section on this about meaningful engagement, I think just underlines how important family engagement is within the Title I community and the work that we do to support Title I schools and education. So that recommendation is to, more meaningfully engage families and communities in supporting the student populations and achievement in Title I schools, and really focused on, the dialogue, the communications around things that people need more support around, especially when we're talking about literacy with reading plans and assessments. So we'll talk a little bit about that. So there's a couple of subsections that we have along this line. One is building family understanding. So really focusing on, what people are or how people are able to learn about the things that are available to them, and supporting ways that, Title I and, FCPS can support these types of ways to gather and learn together as a community, ask questions. Some of these things are strategies that probably you have seen in a lot of schools, like literacy nights and literacy-focused, ways of engaging with, in some cases, parent-teacher associations or other, committees that are connected to the school. For examples of that are on the family symposium series, which, was supported by Title I funds from the central office. These types of activities not only are, supporting conversations about curriculum, but because of those funds, they're able to support childcare, support food, support, the opportunity to get transportation. At a Title I level, these types of supports are incredibly important to be able to support family engagement activities. In fact, I think we have heard from a lot of our peers over the last couple of months, they are a huge driver for getting people into the schools, or in some cases, bringing those community opportunities to the communities themselves. So engaging with the community in that way. So we do feel as though, as part of this recommendation, that we want to prioritize that schools are building their families' understanding through these potential literacy-focused programs. That's again truly our a key way of connecting with families and caregivers in the Title I community. For recommendation B in this, talking a little bit about how schools can partner with TPAC. So we had really great conversations with, not only some family liaisons and learning more about what family liaisons did, but also talking about how our committee members are engaging with their schools themselves and getting the schools to engage with the committee members. So for our committee, the members are chosen by the principal by and large. Sometimes you can raise your hand, which is what I did, but sometimes the principals will work within the school committee, either working with a group of already involved parents, or using newsletters and other ways to find people who are interested in being parts of TPAC. And really what we're encouraging is that become a truly two-way communication, because we see a lot of one-way communication that's happening with newsletters or social media posts. We're really looking for other ways of doing that so that we are getting more information from the schools themselves about how they're using Title I funds, challenges or even problem solving that they're looking to do, and engaging that micro community of Title I as part of their solutions-based approach to things. And then the Title I, the TPAC members take that information, are able to bring it back to TPAC and share through their peers and see what are other schools doing? How are things that they can, kind of learn and share back? Then TPAC committee members are, empowered to bring that information back to the schools themselves. In some cases, it's administration, so your principals, your APs. In some cases, it's those the parent-led, organizations working with family liaisons. All of those people are welcome to come to these meetings, but we of course recognize that not everybody has the capacity to do that. So, we are looking to, encourage more deeper communication on that front. So also talking about new approaches to, kind of making us that vital link. Again, as I mentioned before, there's the possibility of us having over 100 people who represent TPAC. That's a very powerful group of parents and caregivers within the community, as well as other community liaisons that we have had, people from outside of the FCPS families who have been able to come and represent themselves on TPAC in the past. So, we're looking to, recommend to adopt new approaches to provide more collaboration between the schools and TPAC itself. And then on the third front, talking a little bit about family engagement models. So we had an opportunity at one of our meetings, as Maria mentioned, working with talking through some of the different programs that we see manifest in schools that are supported, such as, Parent Project, Loving Solutions, and academic parent-teacher teams. These are all different ways to engage the school community itself. And, the kinds of problem solving, the kinds of communications that are coming out of those, truly collaborative approaches to connecting with your community, and, the ways that we can, learn more about the best ways to communicate with, those Title I committees or communities. So as we all, as a peer-based group, we're talking about, the effectiveness of these things and learning from our FCPS staff members talking about these things, it really helped us to be able to think about, oh, these things exist, first of all. Second, how do we potentially work with, Title I, with FCPS more to get more of these things implemented into our schools? So again, a lot of it is knowledge and understanding, which I'll get to in our next recommendation. And then thinking through, as Maria mentioned in one of our earlier recommendations, making sure that we're supporting and fostering collaboration with school personnel, with especially those family liaisons and social workers who create such an important infrastructure to really bridge that gap between the school and the families. And then I'm sure this is one that we could just put in every deck at this point, the consistency with communications. So, in our recommendation, we're talking about, some of the communications practices that we see, using evidence-based tools like talking points, newsletters and things along those lines, but looking to standardize some of these things. One of the things that we've discussed as a committee is how can even coming out of the meetings themselves, we recognize not every one of the potentially, dozens and dozens of people who could be part of the committee can come to our meetings. So how can we synthesize some of that knowledge, share it with our committee, and then give them templates and tools to share that back again with their schools. And then for the schools themselves to be able to share that out with their school communities, whether it be through talking points, their newsletters, social media, et cetera. Making that information potentially mandatory, and what are the types of communications that we would like to see there that would be impactful for the caregivers. The second part of this is, again, more kind of teacher to family communications, so that if we're getting, for example, test results back, that there is something that explains exactly how to interpret those, literacy assessments and be able to talk about them at home. And we can work, with the school to, work with other Title I schools to share that information and maybe share some of the other information that we had an opportunity to have a peek at when we were at the committee level, share that with other Title I folks to not only engage them to learn more about, what is happening throughout FCPS, but again, how, what is happening on the Title I level that allows us to have different interventions and support to support this type of learning. And then the last part is just general awareness of all the incredible things that are supported by Title I. I mean, I've been part of the Title I schools for the past 8 years, and there's still things that I'm learning about. I learn about every year about all the amazing things that these funds do and that this amazing staff does for us. Unfortunately, what we have found from a peer-to-peer learning perspective is that those things are not consistently shared. Sometimes they're not shared at all. So we want to make sure that at FPAC, at our organization, that TPAC, is basically we can be liaisons to, and again, ingest this information, share it back with our schools, share it back with that broader community, and really amplify that information and the importance of that information.
So that concludes our recommendations and our report, and we now open the floor for any questions or comments.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Strelitz. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Moon, and I have a question if nobody else wants to go after Mr. Moon.
I wrote down, I think 1, 2, 3 things, but third one, which I'm going to be asking you first, is probably already answered by your presentation, but I'm going to ask you anyway, just in case. You talked about a meaningful engagement. Could you cite some unmeaningful engagement practices? Is that just one-way newsletter and one-way comment? Is that?
I think if something comes home, for example, your test results, and there's no context to it, that's not very helpful. You get it as a parent, and you look at that and think, what does this number really mean? And there are there's some things in very small print. There's some information maybe on, that everybody got this test and why, but not only to understand that number, but also I think to think about the resources that are provided if you are looking to both potentially excel or make up any sort of a deficit or kind of work through the different structures that we have in Title I to be able to address any issues that might be raised or ask questions.
Yeah. I think something else I would add to that is it's almost a mindset shift that is needed among schools, not to just be like, trust us, like we know what we're doing, come to the fun fair, come to bingo night and then leave everything else to us. And I know there are people on our committee, again, with that peer-to-peer learning, we have varying experiences of that type of interaction we get with our schools. And some schools, it's very, there are opportunities to provide that input on the school improvement and innovation plan. There is a meaningful opportunity to learn about literacy in like more of a deeper dive with some of these models, like the academic parent-teacher teams that we learned about. So it's really about it being a dialogue rather than it just being like shooting information out to us. It's about, okay, here is some information. What do you think? Or, hey, we'd love your input, and we're really going to genuinely consider that input. We do trust our schools to do what's best for our kids, but we also want to be engaged in more than just bake sales. We care deeply about how our students are learning, and we want to learn so we can support them at home. And especially as this new way of teaching reading is rolling out, we don't know what we don't know. And so we need schools to partner with us and to understand from us what it is we don't know, what it is we do know, and have that dialogue with us.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
So when you see those maybe unmeaningful
Yeah.
engagement practices, do parents let schools know? Or is there a mechanism through which parents can express their views on certain types of engagement? Or
Yeah, I think there's some survey work that's done, but I think as you go throughout the year and something comes up, it's not always clear who you can go to for some information or clarification on things. So we want to basically make sure that folks understand what the resources are that they can get their hands on and have, be able to turn some of their questions into, answers.
The Title I, if I may share this, the Title I office did some focus groups around communication. And I think what they found, and certainly I agreed with this, is that the communications that families are more likely to look at are the ones that come from their child's teacher. And then second to that might be the principal. And then if it's coming from the So, but definitely the things that come from the teacher, are most consistently opened and read and responded to, because we know that our teacher knows our kid best. And so, and that also if we provide a suggestion or ask a question, it's more likely to get responded to. And this is why we did make the recommendation of providing templates to teachers for how they can communicate, because we also recognize that the burden of communication should not be fully on them. But if there are some things they can kind of, copy and paste, I'm going to be more likely to read that than if it's just coming from a sort of communications email address.
Okay. The next question goes to the staffing under your recommendation 2A. This is just for me wanting to be educated. The school quality ratios is a term that I'm not too familiar with. Is that FRM and multi-language learners?
I'll let Courtney.
Is that
So there's two.
Okay.
So there's one that's by the state, and that's like one counselor to every 325 students. But then there's also the 3 specialized student support positions for every 1,000 students. And so what we're saying is so these are state mandates, but the specialized student support positions can count as anyone, meaning the school nurse can count as that person. Your behavior analyst, an assistant behavior analyst, they don't necessarily have to be licensed. They don't, so making sure that all our schools are properly staffed with staff to support with the social emotional learning that meets those school ratios. Because right now, some of our schools, our Title I schools in particular, are supplementing their staffing through their Title I budget to have enough counselors or social workers to be able to support the needs in their school. So just being sure that we're meeting the standards of quality that are set by the state and also the Counseling Association, but then also ensuring these high-need schools have what they need too.
okay? Okay. One last question.
Yeah. No, I mean, the only thing I would add to that would be the ratios recommended by the professional associations. So American School Counselor Association and National Association of School Social Workers recommends a ratio of 1 to 250. And National Association of School Psychologists recommends a ratio of 1 to 500. And we are very far from those ratios for the social workers and the psychologists.
Okay, thank you. One last question goes to the when you stated that achievement gaps for certain groups of students, I think they were Hispanic and special education students, as the grade level goes up, that achievement gap seems to be widening. Are you talking about longitudinal, based upon longitudinal, or just?
Just in 9th grade, the gap is much wider than it is for students in second grade.
Okay.
That's right.
Do we have any longitudinal data of any cohort group, whether as they go up, even the group's achievement gap is getting wider as they move up?
I
don't
think
know whether
we
you
have
follow
that
me.
data. I'd be happy to find it and then
Okay.
share it with you.
I would love to see it if there is one. Okay, thank you.
Me, great. I'll stop writing all my notes. Question about, okay, so actually, Dr. Reed, I have a question or two for you. A question was raised about reinforcing the equitable nature of Title I, and I know our Mason District representative has often asked about equitable staffing. And when we talk about the literacy, the training and support, is that differentiated for our Title I schools so they have that more intensive, like was proposed by the committee? And can it be?
Title I schools receive extra resources, which non-Title I schools do not. And it would be my understanding and expectation that those resources are allocated in accordance with that expectation.
You want me to speak more towards that? Okay.
Well, again, I'm specifically trying to answer, I'm sorry, Ms. White, just the
Okay.
question of, are more teachers in Title I trained than the non-Title I schools?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So I actually have that. So Title I has actually provided OG training once a month to all Title I teachers. So they've had the opportunity to be in cohorts of about 60 teachers each at various locations throughout the county. They've also had U-Fly training, so access to U-Fly training, which is Tier 2 instruction as well. And then they also have, speaking to the resource part of it, The division purchased certain levels of Benchmark Express, which is for our multilingual learners, but they also purchased Aspire for our students with disabilities. Title I schools have been able to purchase additional resources for Benchmark Express for our multilingual learners because we have over 15,000 in our Title I schools. And then we've also provided funds for more Aspire kits. And then from there, they're given the PD to be able to utilize these high-quality instructional materials.
Thank you. Does that include, and I'm just looking at the committee's recommendation 1A, so does that include also special education teachers and multilingual learner teachers?
Both.
For the
and-
science or for the EBLI?
Both for the Benchmark Express and Aspire and OG. So all of our teachers have access to those
Okay,
classes.
well, hold on a second. You said access. Are they actually doing the training? That's the key thing.
Yeah. Each cohort has had a mix of teachers in all. So meaning like they've been a mix of classroom teachers, and I can actually provide you that data. I have the attendance and everything for all of our courses if you want like a number between the three. But each course is mixed with multilingual learners, learner resource teachers, SPED teachers, and classroom teachers. We also provide our multilingual learner teachers with GLAD training too.
Right.
That
Yes,
also supports.
that's cool. Well, I guess I'm just wondering then, because if the committee's recommending it, it doesn't sound like it is perhaps happening, but maybe
So-
this is all just true real time.
Yeah, no, I think what my response would be, so far, so good, but this is not a set it and forget it type of initiative.
I like
This-
the little phrases. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, this is going to require vigilance in fidelity of implementation every year, and especially as it's now getting rolled out into secondary, which is a totally different challenge, making sure that teachers across these areas are accessing that training, I think is going to be a little harder, I understand. So,
Okay.
So yeah,
thank you.
it's
I get
more
it.
like, yay, good job so far, but don't stop, keep going,
Right.
and make sure that everyone new coming in is also getting this.
Got it. Thank you. We've had the shift, or the federal government, we've shifted to the CEP designation rather than using federal reduced lunch. Can you just share what that's been like, and like, are families understanding that? Are they automatically enrolling? Like, what that process is like?
Dr. White?
I'm going to try my best. It has been extremely difficult for our families. CEP is a very different data set than FRM. CEP is SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid. And so many of our families don't know that necessarily to fill out that data. And so I think we as a school division need to do everything that we can to support them with that. For example, we sent out CEP letters only in English. So like number one, why should we be translating those?
yeah.
And they should be coming out sooner than August to our CEP schools to let families know. Additional resources are like, I would also say that in addition to that, providing them with something that says this gives me access to a scholarship in sports. This gives me access to free instruments. This gives me access to
Interesting.
this.
So,
So just
and that-
ensuring that our family knows
it
that.
sounds like
Summer
from
school.
it sounds like from Dr. Reed's exhalations, she's aware of it. So, oh, are you? Okay. Well, she's aware of it now. Do you want to? Well, and go ahead, Dr. Reed. Would you like to?
Well, we need to send those documents out in multiple languages. I have no idea why we're not, but we will be. No.
It also sounds like perhaps that letter, getting that letter that opens the door for that access, perhaps that could be contingent on filling out the form, right? That's the hook. But exactly, and we were talking about this at lunch, and we talked about it at TPAC last year. When you get barraged with Let's Talk emails, you just can only take so much. So just like we're trying to do, the division's trying to do better with the coursework transitions, I mean, so often I feel like we have all of the things, well, almost all the things that we need. We're just not communicating it in an effective way. It's just like with our policies. We have the right policies, they're not being implemented. That's like the crux of this stuff. So when we think about what we're investing in, how do we invest in the solutions that make that stuff happen. Like, who is sitting in the technology space at the top level that's like, this Schoology interface is really confusing. And we really need to figure out how to get parents to look at SIS and like have it accessible. Like, I just guess I'm at the tipping point, and I feel like you'll agree, but it's like, what's the tactical work here? And like, how do we measure it? Like, can we say today the letters didn't go out, at this point? Where are we going to be in the fall? Where are we going to be in the spring? We could measure this stuff. So that's it.
And I think there's something just more to that, to your point, with CEP change this year, people didn't know about that. Even my admin weren't 100% clear on that. And it was something that we came to the table, had conversations with, and I think was a really important part of what we basically equipped everybody on TPAC to have. It was that information was crystal clear. They were able to go back and talk to other families about it and support their family liaisons. To answer your question, family liaisons were pulling the bulk of that burden because they're the ones having to have those conversations with families and explain to them why this is so important, not only for them, but for their school community.
Yeah, thank you. And so 2 things. One is on Monday we have that equity summit, and it's only 2 days away, but could there be something that is said while everyone is there in the room to say, this is a situation with CEP and more is forthcoming, like that, just equity, right? The other piece is around, I lost my train of thought. You just said family liaisons. I was talking with a wonderful family liaison last week at a high school and who was preparing to have parents come in well after the school year. Well, I didn't know if that person was doing it on their own. Was it connected to this coursework transition piece? Like, I don't know. We got to make them part of that core team. They are the core team. So thank you. Ms. St. John Cunning, and then Ms. Anderson.
Yeah, so on that friend reduced or CP, because I was a family liaison, and obviously I haven't been there, but the last I knew, the letters weren't going out and everything was being done online, which was a barrier for some of our families. And like, there are families that know and every year come and they get help. And there are some families that have difficulty. They come and get help, and if they can't fill it online, it is the family liaison that's doing it. God, I just lost my thought about the other question. But here's my concern. With the social climate we have now, I have a fear that less families are going to come forward. It happened before. I don't doubt it's going to happen again. And we know that also, I don't know how our funding is going to be impacted from the federal government at this point. I don't know if they're going to take that into consideration or not. But I guess I'm just voicing it because I saw it happen before. I think with family engagement and having people understanding the scores, I think that that's really critical for a lot of our families, particularly our immigrant families. And I've sat in a lot of parent-teacher conferences where I think it's also educating teachers when you say to a parent, your child's at a 3rd grade reading level when they're in the 5th grade, that means nothing. That means nothing. And I would start, just out of experience, start saying, if you're going to say this, please have 5th grade reading level material here and 3rd grade so they could see it. So I think our training has to go beyond like when teachers are speaking to families, they have to forget the educational legalese and come down to the level that they're at. And that's where some of our family liaisons are great, because they understand that, like, what does a 5th grade reading level look like? Some parents hear your kid is a 3rd grade reading level and they're in the 5th grade and they're like, great, that's great. So I appreciate the report. I appreciate the work. I understand this work very well, but I think there's also nuances that sometimes we miss. That's all I want to articulate.
Ms. Anderson. I want to finish us off by talking to my colleagues a little bit, and I think it's important information for you to have as well about the presentation that I gave yesterday to the Public School Leaders Network. So this actually kind of segues into it just a little bit, because one of the things that we need to know is that 3 of the JLARC recommendations actually are specifically related to at-risk add-on funding that is Virginia's supplement to Title I type kiddos, okay? So kiddos that are living in poverty across the state. It is a recommendation for JLARC because specifically it does not count kids that are in CEP schools, because CEP school kids do not use free and reduced lunch data. So they are not filling out the form, so that means that we're not catching those CEP schools. And when you have lots and lots of schools that are CEP schools, then it reduces the funding that's given to each individual locality. And so the other question that I have is that one of my major concerns is as we're watching the dismantling of some of the support programs at the federal level, then if CEP is using those support programs as a designator for qualification, then it means that we're going to see reduced support in that way as well. So we actually are at risk for losing Title I funding in lots of ways that are scary, and that we need to make sure that our state partners know. I am going to be sharing the map that I created of what it looks like. We have 810 Title I schools. I searched the address of every one of them, and I mapped them. And it is all 131 divisions have at least one Title I school, and they are everywhere across the state. They are actually far more concentrated in the southern part of the state when you consider just population, and they're tied heavily to food insecurity and things and other issues and the percentage of federal funding. And so this is one of those opportunities where, Ms. Marin, I know you did this work significantly last year. We have to let our partners know in other divisions how essential this is, because we cannot just rely on them being able to understand that this is an issue. And so I really think that this is a place that our board can come together and kind of work on getting this information out to the state as much as humanly possible. This is a bipartisan issue in such a significant way because of the fact that the people who need the funding, it doesn't matter which party they belong to. And so I really think that this is a moment that we cannot be quiet about what the impact is. People oftentimes, I've heard this from multiple sources, will often say that it doesn't matter what Northern Virginia thinks. And in this case, technically, yes, we have the most Title I schools, but we do not have the highest percentage of our schools that are Title I compared to the rest of the state. We have whole divisions out there that every single school they've got is a Title I school, and they have to care about this as much as we do. So I think that this is a real opportunity for us to kind of be leaders in the state and make sure everybody's got the information that they need.
Well, that's fabulous, and since we're at the end of our time, I would love to just respond. Thank you so much for sharing that and clarify. So you're saying that Virginia is using the FRM? Yes. Okay, and we are using what is?
No, Virginia, in order, okay, so there's Title I money bucket, and then there's what's called the at-risk add-on. It's a separate set of money that comes through Virginia, like specifically from Virginia. If I understand it correctly, it actually doesn't go through the LCI. So this is why it's such important funding, because if we can get that funding number right, then it would increase the amount, it would get the money to the kids that need it. But if they're not gonna count CEP kids, then it means that we're not getting an accurate representation.
The formula doesn't work.
But this is a moment where we can advocate to fix it, because if we lose the federal funding, at least we could be ready with the state funding before it happens. So as I told everybody at the meeting yesterday, all of this legislation was killed related to this particular part of JLARC in 2024. It was vetoed by the governor. We are at a moment where we can get some of our partners in the General Assembly to bring it back when potentially we have a governor that won't veto it. So I just think that this is a place of strong advocacy that we could move forward with that may have a real impact, specifically as the rest of these funds are at risk.
Can I just ask a real quick question, and this is because I've been out of that loop. Because I remember working at a school where everybody got free and reduced lunch, CEP, right? But I would always say we need to fill out the form. And then I was told you don't have to fill out the form.
Exactly.
So where are we in that? Because I would always say, I don't care, fill out the form, we need that.
So we're being told by the state, if you are a CEP school, you must not fill out the form. That's by the state. They're telling us
Okay,
not to fill it out.
That's messed up.
So just on the last note, so Ms. Anderson, I would suggest, can you present at VSBA, right? That's a way to do this. But I'm writing a next step right now, though, to the superintendent that says, put together an explanation based on what you provided about Title I that we can use, including the past legislation. We need an advocacy plan. Do we have, right? I mean, I'm already thinking about the general JLARC stuff, but there's a lot.
If you don't mind, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that this is a step, because if we are going to chip away, and I was sitting next to Delegate Belova yesterday, and the benefit is that what he was saying is the JLARC subcommittee is actually working through some of these issues, and they are trying to go where like the low-hanging fruit is. And so I'm wondering if, instead of us looking at the JLARC as this big bucket of money that we're going to have to get right back in there, which all of us would love to have happen, I'm wondering if we can chip away at it slowly, just with the success that we have with raising the support cap this year. What is our next thing that we could
Yeah,
go
'cause-
after? And
yeah.
this is a particularly important one because of the risk of federal funding for Title I. So if we had that ready at the state to kind of be responsive, I think it would be a real path forward that we could be prepared.
Well, and that makes sense because we did have success with the number recommendation before, but that's because we did the work to inform our colleagues around the state, look, this is like what we can achieve. So, so I'll put in that next step and, or run it by you first, and then we can get the advocacy going in all the ways. So,
And how do we determine what a CEP school is? Can we just say we're not going to have CEP schools and have them fill out the forms? Can we do that?
So CEP, the intention of CEP was free food, right, for breakfast and lunch. But then it turned into a purpose that it was never meant for, which is Title I identification. So now we're being told we have to use, for any CEP school, we must use CEP information. So percentages.
But if they have, if you're an FMR student, you still get the free breakfast and lunch, correct?
Where, it depends on where you are. So if you're a free and reduced meal school, so if you're not at CEP school, you get a free and reduced meal rate. If you're at a CEP school, everybody gets free and reduced.
Correct, but I know. So I'm saying it's still to our advantage because some of our schools are 90% if they fill out the form. So only 10% of the kids aren't getting it, because, and if they choose not to fill out, I mean, some of them don't qualify.
But then that data, we cannot use FRM data to identify Title I. We're being told to use CEP data to identify Title I.
Okay, it's like a catch-22. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be, just like with JLARC, when it came out, there's going to be an education needed of other electives just to understand what it is, and then it's the part to understand where we can act. But we can do it. We did it. So, okay, we'll talk. Okay. All right. Boy, you're still energized, guys. Way to go. 4:30. No, yeah, we're going to solve it right now. All right, well, thank you, everyone. Thanks to our clerk team, our
So
school
much.
breakfast team, and see some of you on Monday for governance.